Well, welcome to Economics Monday. Hi, I'm Nick Palavito. I'll be the host for today, along with Bill Trezevant, my friendly attorney in Washington, D.C. If you can have any friends in Washington, it's certainly something you need. If not, you can just buy and pay for them.
Usually a dog.
What?
You can get the old saying, you need a friend in D.C., get a dog.
Get a dog or get a lobbyist, but then you just pay for them. I mean, I kind of understand how that works.
Right. Good morning.
Yeah, it's good morning for people here in the United States. We're early on.
Oh, right.
And good afternoon for the people that are halfway around the world in Europe, and good night for all the people, our friends in Malaysia, yes. Namaste, and India, who watch us in that part of the world, which we're learning all about. So yes, on Economics Monday, we're going to have mainly economists, PhD economists are going to be showing up. Every now and then we'll add a lawyer or two. What I've been trying to do with the lawyers is move them on to another show so that you guys don't have to listen to them, because people want to listen to Economics Monday don't want to listen to lawyers. So we got a den for them, right, Bill?
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, we have the Lawyer's Den, which is broadcast live, but it's quite a show. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, it's 7 o'clock tonight, which I guess is 7 a.m. in the Malaysia time. But let's go take a look at the Lawyer's Den. That's pretty cool. And people want to know where I wear the dark glasses, because they do that in sunny California. And that may be the real reason. But my real reason is all these lights around here that beam on me get in my eyes. And so it's really difficult to see. But in spite of that, Lawyer's Den, who do we have as our guest tonight on Lawyer's Den? It seems to me you have a pretty good lineup, Bill.
Yes. And, I can certainly let you introduce him, but I will prompt you. You want to start with Carla, and then we have Adam, and then we have Jeff, and then we have Scott.
Yeah, right. So for those who tune in tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern time, the Lawyer's Den, Carla is the dean of the Washburn University School of Law in Topeka, Kansas. For those who are not familiar with that law school, that's where a guy named Robert Dole graduated from law school, and that's his alma mater. So Washburn University Law School dean will be there. We also do have Adam, who is a professor at Georgia State University. I believe he's a professor and subject matter expert, otherwise known as SME, in constitutional law. And he's going to join us, along with Jeff Tigert, who's also an attorney in Salt Lake, who's also an expert in constitutional law, got his master's in law at George Washington in your neck of the woods, Bill, in Washington, D.C. And then Bill Ethel, who is a senior trial attorney at our friends at the Internal Revenue Service, Treasury Department. So we have a great lineup tonight on the Lawyer's Den, and so we do encourage everybody to go see it. We have no clue what anyone's going to say, because our programs are unscripted, which is really weird, because when we started this, people go, well, where's your script? I said, we don't have a script. We're unscripted television. How do you do that? We're smart television, so we have smart people. They don't need
because actually, Nick, it's funny that people just don't get it. That really, for a show, you know what you need? You need bright, intelligent people, and then they will, lead the conversation in an organic way, and then just an interesting subject. So, sure, you add a Supreme Court nominee, you add congressional hearings, pandemic, and 4 supremely intelligent people, Nick, and all I need to do is just keep a lid on the discussion.
That's right. So and also the thing is content, which out of Washington D.C. and lawyers, they generate a lot of content. I believe today you have some content that's being developed from our nominee for the Supreme Court of the United States. Who is this nominee? Amy
Barrett is the Supreme Court nominee, and briefly, she hails from Notre Dame Law School.
Right. She graduated #1 in her class.
That's right.
I mean, she's qualified. Sits on the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. She is qualified. Okay.
No. Former law clerk to Justice Anthony.
Anthony Scalia. Yeah.
He is her mentor
Right.
in terms of the legal philosophy, and she claims it's an originalist philosophy, which would be interesting if she indeed follows his thoughts and approaches to the law in the Supreme Court. It would decidedly give the Supreme Court a 6-3 majority, conservative, and at which point in time we could see potentially a change in the direction of law. The most important one, for Economics Monday, would be revisiting the Chevron decision. Now, briefly for our viewers, Chevron is a 1984 case in which the Supreme Court said if a statute or regulation is unclear, that the court should defer to the executive branch to fill in the details, quote unquote, which means they can rewrite it however they want and everything. Right. And that has led to essentially a bureaucracy of people writing the law, making the law, and interpreting the law that nobody has ever voted for. Nobody knows who they are. And it has really hamstrung. And there's a new line of conservative thinking that says Chevron ought to be revisited. And if it is, and if it's limited, we could see wholesale changes in the rewriting of regulations and codes and statutes.
Right. And the thing is, it is very important. There was a case called, it was the U.S. Chamber of Commerce versus the Department of Labor on the fiduciary rule. And the fiduciary rule is basically exactly what you say. And people don't know that exists here in the United States. Department of Labor writes a rule. People that you never voted for, never had any input. We call ourselves a democracy, but we're maybe a bureaucracy. Writes the rule, publishes the rule, and we all have to follow the rule, even though we get no vote in the rule at all. And it's a big problem.
No, but Nick, and I don't mean to poke the bear, meaning you, but these individuals, they then interpret the law. When you go to fight the law, they say, okay, well then they're the judges, so they're judging their own rules, and you as a private business person are stuck with whatever the outcome is, and then you don't have an appeal. And Nick, as you are fond of quoting, that with one person writing a simple sentence, you could be out of business.
That is absolutely true. And so one bureaucrat writes a rule, and all of a sudden you are out of business. And that does take place here. And so it's pretty important for our followers around the world to realize the importance of our judicial branch. You make up a rule, but I get to interpret it. I'm going to win every time. Okay, and I have no problems with her qualifications. I do have a problem with Merrick Garland. Remember him?
Yes.
Wasn't he well qualified, and what happened to him?
Well, yes, he was well qualified, but Senator Majority Leader Mitch McConnell didn't even give him any hearings, and they stalled the process for an entire year, waiting until the election.
And what was their rationale decidendi, Counselor, the reason for the decision?
They made the argument that said that because it was in an election year, and in order to give voice to the American people, we should wait until the election on November 3rd that year to see which direction the American people voted, who to be president, Democrat or Republican. And then at that point, if it was a Democratic win, then they would consider Garland. If it was a Republican win, then the Republican incoming should make the nomination 5 months later in January. In this case, it was.
Okay. All right. And that makes sense. So why aren't they waiting now for this new Amy? Why don't they wait till after election now?
Well, because the previous argument was merely a shell game in the vernacular, Nick.
You mean they were being hypocrites?
No. They're being hypocrites now in terms of the argument, but consistency has never been a touchstone of politics, Nick, and you would certainly understand that. And in this case, it is a sheer naked grab for the Supreme Court. And since this appointee is only 48 years old, and combined with the two other appointees, conservative justices this year, or this presidential cycle, that would give them a decided conservative majority, possibly for the next 40 years. It would impact everything.
Right. And by the way, I think the Democrats are doing themselves no favor by not attending the hearings and asking the question I just asked you. I would ask Amy, why do you think Merrick Garland should have been ousted from the U.S. Supreme Court? Why was he ousted? In other words, I would ask Amy, what is your opinion on Mitch McConnell's statement that, which he made during that hearing, that we need to wait till after the election, and now changes his mind. In other words, bring it to Amy.
Right.
Put her on the spot on this one. Get her real, true feelings on it, because I want to see how she dances on the head of this pit.
I mean, Nick, that's really not going to be helpful, and I'll tell you why. Because all she's going to do is dance around it. Because on the one hand, she would say, "Oh, well, first, there's no case in controversy. No, there's no controversy because there's no case in dispute on that because nobody's ever filed a claim."
Yeah, but the thing is, this is just a hearing. I just want her personal or her judicial opinion, what she thinks about Mitch McConnell's statement that it's too early when Merrick Garland, but not too early for her.
I know, and the response would invariably be that I can't comment on hypothetical situations. We've seen it all the time, and
that's right. All right, so she'll dodge it. I can't comment on hypothetical.
Nick, would you honestly expect anything different? I mean, seriously, Nick. I mean, I so appreciate you and the genteel. Nick, I appreciate you in the genteel way of North Carolina and how it's a citizen statesman. But
listen. I just didn't. I forgot about how muddy it is in your city of Washington D.C. That when they reach a tough question, they'll just say I can't comment on it because they have no ability to answer it properly except to point the finger and say Mitch McConnell is a hypocrite.
Okay, well, it's not quite that, actually. It's rather that Lindsey Graham is a hypocrite because
whoever it is.
Okay, well, fine. But all I'm suggesting to you, Nick, and it's unfortunate, but up here it's a dogfight. And while we may run around in nice suits and ties and and present ourselves well, there's nothing civil about us. After all, even though we are a southern city, Washington, D.C., but we are not civil when it comes to naked grabs for power. And people should not be shocked. We always turn around and say, oh my God, how could this happen? Oh my God, how could this happen? Well, it happens because it can. And the Republicans do it. And Nick, I listen, I hate to be the one to be their curmudgeon and bust anybody's bubble, but this is what politics is kind of like.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the reason we stick to Economics Monday. And I guess the lawyers can all answer those questions tonight on Lawyers Den. So I'm looking forward to the Lawyers Den and figure out how you answer some of these really, what I would say, challenging questions for the U.S. Supreme Court.
Then I have the answer for you. And just to give you a quick review, this is what we're likely to see today, at least from the hearings. But we're going to discuss it more in depth and with people far smarter than I this evening on Lawyers Den. But we're likely to see the following. We're likely to see the nominee say, I believe in stare decisis. Now, for some of our audience, that's Latin for meaning that the judges will rely and give weight and deference to prior decisions of the court. And so the nominee is going to be asked, do you believe in stare decisis, meaning precedence? Of course, she's going to say yes. And of course, that comes with no commitment, because once she's on the court, she can do whatever she wants because she's Supreme Court justice, and there's no way to pull that back. However, generally, this is the preview. The Republicans are going to portray her as sensible, reasonable, well-qualified jurist, and that she is open to various ideas, but she will not bring her personal judgments to bear on legal cases. The Democrats, on the alternative, are going to say this process is unfair. You've rushed this through. It's a sheer power grab. And they're going to ask her all kinds of questions about abortion or Roe versus Wade, about Obamacare, and perhaps about the Chevron decision. Just seek her views. And of course, she's going to defer or demur.
Not comment because it's a hypothetical question. And
or a pending case or any of those things. And so, but essentially, the Republicans are playing the game to get her confirmed. That's on the one hand. The Democrats, because they are defenseless, are playing the game to highlight and make it a political issue about how unfair it was that Merrick Garland was denied. And the Republicans have done this as a sheer hypocritical power grab because the Democrats are looking at the next 22 days before November 3rd, Nick. But no surprise, the Democrats who are defenseless are going to try to turn it into a political issue. The Republicans who are completely empowered are going to shove it through.
It's good to know that there's a tower of power out there. It's also good to know that Washington Reports is ready to go. And for Jennifer's question on Mitch, I don't listen to Mitch, so I don't really care. So what we'll do is look at the Washington Report. That I do care about.
Okay, but from IBMTV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. 22 days and that's it. Here is your snapshot. Trump is running out of time. This election is set to be a referendum on Trump's divisive leadership. From the AP, quote, the issues are profound. The suburbs are not likely coming back. His struggle with older voters is real. COVID infections are surging in several states, and the White House is refusing to disclose whether Trump is still infected. Question, did COVID-19 humanize Trump or seal his defeat? The president has an opportunity to turn his own health challenge into a political asset if he can demonstrate real empathy. However, empathy has never been Trump's strong suit. We've heard conflicting and misleading messages from this president throughout the pandemic. Next, will there be a Supreme Court effect? As Trump courts swing voters in key states this week, Washington will be consumed by the Supreme Court hearings. The prospect of adding a conservative will excite Trump's conservative base, but will it threaten independents and moderates concerned about the end of Obamacare and legal abortion? Next, Florida. In the reddest of red regions in Florida, 2 Republican strongholds showed modest signs of enthusiasm for Biden. Without winning Florida, Trump has virtually no path to re-election. In fact, if Biden wins Florida decisively, all this talk of a delayed election result could be quickly forgotten. And now for Biden. Biden portrays 2020 as an entanglement of social, economic, political, environmental, and public health crises as threatening to America's stability, as the Civil War and the Great Depression. Biden points to Presidents Lincoln and Roosevelt for inspiration as a backdrop for his closing argument against Trump. Quote, a century and a half after Gettysburg, we should consider again what can happen when equal justice is denied and when anger and violence and divisions are left unchecked, end quote. Refashioning Lincoln's words, Biden added, quote, it cannot be that here and now in 2020, we will allow the government of the people, by the people, and for the people to perish from this earth. It cannot and it must not, end quote. Being a steady alternative to Trump may be enough to win. According to 538, Biden has an 86% chance of winning the presidency. There are 8 states where the race is closest: Ohio, Georgia, Iowa, North Carolina, Arizona, Texas, Florida, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. All 9 voted for Trump in 2016, but now Biden holds a narrow lead in 5, with the remaining 4 in a dead heat. The House is on recess through the election. The Senate has postponed floor activity through October 19th. Today, Trump will speak at a rally in Sanford, Florida. Tuesday, he will speak at a rally in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Wednesday, he will speak at a rally in Des Moines, Iowa. Today, Biden will be in Toledo, Ohio. And later, he will be at a voter mobilization event in Cincinnati. Thursday, Biden will participate in an ABC town hall. Now, for more on the election, join us tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on American Politics with our featured guest, former U.S. Senator George Lemieux of Florida. In other news, the Supreme Court hearings are taking place on an accelerated schedule. Viewers should expect to see Barrett portrayed by Republicans as a principled jurist and person of faith in the mode of her mentor, Justice Scalia. Democrats will highlight the unseemly rush to fill Ginsburg's seat. They will also label Barrett a results-oriented conservative whose ascension to the high court would begin the undoing of abortion rights, loosening gun restrictions, and turning back the clock on environmental regulations and anti-discrimination laws. In a sign of the times, Wall Street feels bullish on Biden. Biden's widening lead in the poll is providing a bullish cue to investment strategists. Wall Street now sees less chance of a contested election and more chance of a blue wave and a large stimulus that could follow. A clear-cut Democratic win would provide certainty to markets that have been nervous about election risks. Finally, the current COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins is over 214,771 American souls lost and 1,077,882 global souls lost with no vaccine in sight. That is your report for October 12, 2020 from IBMTV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm Bill Trezevant.
Well, Bill, that was succinct. You know,
Yes.
as Senator Lemieux is. Good morning, Miss Kim. She's come in.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor.
When did that happen?
I don't know. I kind of liked it when Sharif kept calling me Professor Kim. So it's.
Oh, really?
Yes. And actually, I voted for it, and a whole bunch of other people voted for it. So
I brought my buddies for Economic Monday. All right. I figured that, this is the sign of the times.
Are those your COVID-19 patients?
Yeah. Mine survived. They take quercetin.
Oh.
This is the economic times that we're living in, right? So I thought, maybe our talks will change these guys. We'll start getting smarter and not become depressed.
Well, no. There's a certain level of seriousness when you start stacking the skulls. I mean,
Wait. That's not stacking the skulls. That's the Supreme Court being stacked. Excuse me.
There you go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. There's 11. So
I mean, it brings up images of the catacombs, in Europe. I mean, just wow.
Yeah. Well, we need to bring some international flavor because you guys are all Americans. Let's go to Hong Kong. There's Rakesh coming in from Hong Kong.
I love that.
Hey, what time is it? What time is it overseas? What time is it over in Hong Kong?
It's around 10:21. I just logged in earlier, though I'm supposed to join only at 10:30.
No, that's okay because we want to know what's going on. How you guys are viewing our Supreme Court nominee, which is going on, or do people even care over in China who sits on our Supreme Court?
I don't think they care because it is something to do with, basically it's all about abortion, isn't it? Roe versus Wade. So, and then in case Trump needs a bailout after the election, then if you have the judges on your side, it helps, doesn't it? So that's what we think about. There's nothing beyond that.
What about the election? Do you guys get any news over in China about the election going on here between Biden and Trump? Is that an issue over in Hong Kong?
Not a lot, because they think that at least the South China Morning Post, which is the Hong Kong dominant newspaper, seems to think that it doesn't make much difference. The anti-China bias will always be there in American politics. So, and it'll be there until America asserts its either political or economic dominance over China.
Yeah, what is this anti-China bias? Rhetoric. Why is that going on? I thought. Seriously, isn't China all they're doing is building up their economy? They're working hard, like Xi Jinping. We're not spending money on military. We're spending on infrastructure. Aren't they just doing things smart? And we should be, rather than being jealous, why don't we just do smart things here?
I think so. I think it would be good to restart the railways, like China has done, the high-speed railways. That would be something wonderful. I mean, instead of blaming them, because blaming is a social activity, it's not a management activity.
Right.
So if somebody, whoever's leading the USA, whether it's Biden or Trump, just decides to just work on, hey, beat them at their own game,
or even we don't even have to make it competitive. Why don't we make our game better? By rather than building a wall in Mexico, why don't we build high-speed internet trains?
No.
High-speed trains, not a stupid wall.
No, listen, I'm gonna defend the United States because it's unadulterated, unbased, attack. Look, there is a legitimate issue to say that China has been devious, to say the least, in their economic relations with the United States with regard to trademark, intellectual property, and how they're forming the economy. And I think, no, I listen, and I love you, Richard. I love you from the bottom of my heart. But let me just say, there is a legitimate reason to say that, we have a right to economic fairness. And it pains me to say it, but I mean, I think that's the gist of it. And couldn't it be true that since China is run, Nick would say, much more efficiently than the United States, that their press operations are merely propaganda to convince their 1.3 billion people that everybody in America really hates China when we don't?
Okay. May I respond?
Yes, please due to this unadulterated attack by our colleague.
No attack on the USA. In fact, I have a lot of respect for the USA. A lot of the cutting edge technology still comes from the USA. And what I think is unfair, and I'm a Kiwi, I think that restricting market access on the part of China is certainly unfair. But otherwise, I don't see any major problem, and I don't really want to attack the USA. I just think that their focus is sort of misdirected. It's populist rather than real economics. That's all I have to say. And nothing against American.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be on the show if I was anti-American.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, see, I think that what happens is that we're extremely jealous of how China has been spending their resources to develop their cities, to improve the economics of their overall people, to be led by somebody who is very efficient in a leadership style, and rather than accept the fact our extreme jealousy is starting to come through. So we should bring the green man back on. Green, oh, there he is, Bill Trezevant, who can explain why he is so jealous about the Chinese development and why it's so important. Yeah, why he's so green. Why it's so important to develop high-speed train lines and develop our infrastructure rather than using our military might to build walls in Mexico. So go ahead and you can defend your friends in Washington, Bill.
Okay, well, everybody has friends, and I have friends on both sides, and I consider you a friend, Nick, even today when you're assaulting our very country. And I cannot believe such language would come out of your mouth. A man of such esteemed stature, a man with an LL.M and an MBA, which makes him twice as smart as me.
Wait a minute. My Chinese lobbyist is just writing me a check right now. So go on. Go on, Bill.
Okay.
Oh, wow. It wasn't a check. It was a direct deposit through my Bitcoin.
In addition to being a published author. Now, all of that having been said, I am shocked, I say, Nick, that you wouldn't understand that the theft of intellectual property, the violation of copyright laws, as well as the forced economic arrangements that are unfair and beneficial that they force our corporations to engage in order to gain access to their closed markets, is fundamentally unfair. And it has not been addressed, and it is a legitimate point of concern for decades. Now, it may not be that this current administration is addressing it in the proper way, or a way that would be seemingly lead to some sort of resolution, but nevertheless, it's a point that is valid across the United States. And moreover, Nick, China is expanding their sphere of influence militarily by building islands, not just, exercising agreements with foreign countries, but actually building islands and converting those islands into advanced forward operating military bases. And that is a shocking threat to American
It's just back to your jealousy. You can build islands to America if you want to. You could build islands instead of walls. Hello, America. So it's just your bloody jealousy that they're building islands and you're not. But that's not that's the real problem. Okay, go out and build your bloody islands.
I want to throw in something though here, because Terry McCain, hello, shout out to Terry, made a good comment here about the U.S. cut off China to prevent IP theft. However, everyone does it, which you're right. I've had my IP stolen here in the U.S. I don't see the president cutting their arm off and saying we're not going to do business with you. In fact, he probably is doing business with them. So is it just because China, again, we're green with envy, China steals our IP, shame on you. They shouldn't. They do it better and cheaper.
And we steal their TikTok.
And then we steal their TikTok with our policies. But does this make it right? I mean, because we don't even enforce our own laws in our own country very well. Yeah, there's courts for IP theft, but I want to tell you what, I've had my intellectual property stolen more than once. Nick has witnessed this, and it's not easy and cost effective to go after somebody to do this. But I think what we need to do is learn how to build the bridge. Also, companies like Lenovo are from China. You can sit there and say they stole the IP, but you know what? We're still doing business with them. All right. So we're picking and choosing who we continue to do business with in an age of technology. You can't prove whether somebody stole something IP or not. So China does do a lot of things more cost effective. A lot of people go there, but aren't we kind of burning some wrong bridges by saying we're just going to not do business with a country because of this? Instead, we need to be educating, building that bridge, enforcing each other to abide. Yes.
I want to point here. Counselor, remember what's in front of the Supreme Court today. Google versus Oracle. Google versus Oracle is, for those who are not familiar with it, Oracle, it has their code, I believe, being stolen by Google. Those are two American companies stealing IP theft, doing IP theft as we're talking today in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So my thinking is Americans should not do business with Americans.
There you go.
45 seconds.
Because it's well known that they steal from each other, IP stuff.
I'll request just 45 seconds.
45-second rebuttal. Who's getting it?
45 seconds.
Okay, let's go to Rakesh.
Hollywood, India used to steal a lot of Hollywood movies. Just copy them. And how did America stop it? They stopped it by simply saying that, look, you in India make the largest number of movies in the world. You have intellectual property that is being stolen worldwide. Why don't you join with us? And believe me, after that, it's impossible to get a stolen American movie in India anymore. Because Bollywood has, I know one of my cousins was in this enforcement directorate, holding on to helping Hollywood hold its IPR. And this became, in the last 10 years, you will not find a single movie from Universal or any of the other studios being, sorry, I finished more than 45 seconds, but you won't find it in India. You won't find a pirated copy.
Yeah, but you can go over 45 seconds here because we're not doing
that's the way to do it.
That is the way to do it. See, here's the thing with you, Rakesh. You're looking for solutions where Bill is just looking to complain with green with envy. Okay? So the thing is, I believe in solutions.
No, Bill is not like that.
You and I are on the same page. You and I'll get together, America and China. We'll get together and find solutions. We'll leave Bill in his Washington, D.C. mud hole where they sling mud and they live with green envy. And Shakeel has joined us from Australia. Good day, mate. How you doing down there?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm doing great. Have we finished our acquisition of Australia yet? Did Donald Trump make an offer to buy your country?
I think
yes, we are. We haven't closed that deal yet, but it's under observation right now. We do plan eventually to own Greenland because they're melting the ice and we need the water. And I don't think Denmark really wants anything to do with it anymore. Frankly, Greenland's closer to us anyway. It belongs on our continent. So I think the arguments are cogent that the United States should take.
Well, if you Americans get rid of Trump, he'll need somewhere to go and build another hotel.
Oh, there we go.
We can build a hotel there.
Yeah, well, Trump International Greenland. It should work because with global warming, it'll be a nice tropical destination for everybody.
Well, the new richest man in the world sells water. That's what he does, right? So the new richest man in the world. So there's something to be said about water. It is probably one of the most expensive products in our world. Isn't that weird? I can go pump it for free all day long out of my well. And it tastes great. So I'm just curious on, that. I will say this, another product that's very expensive, vanilla. Oh my gosh, by the ounce, I cannot believe. And another one, if you really want to take a look at what costs a lot of money out there to buy and invest in it, white pepper. It has got the best flavor ever. It looks great in a lot of the things you cook. White pepper is very expensive by the ounce. It costs more than gold. And so does vanilla. Vanilla costs more than gold. Oh, Nick beamed out. So I'm just, we're looking at all of these things on an economic scale of measurements. But Greenland would be an interesting purchase if they're purchasing it for water. I don't know. Nick might be dead on that.
There was some other natural resource out there which Trump was interested. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but in terms of sheer economics, it was a sound, it's a winning proposition.
It's a sound decision. How do you go about buying a country, though, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, we've bought other places before. Remember, we bought Alaska, Louisiana Purchase from France. The rest of the stuff we just took over because we said, forget this, it's too expensive, let's just take it over. Now, we could just do that. We could just annex Greenland, just take it over. And then it's a lot cheaper, more efficient. And as Bill knows, I'm into efficiency. And so the thing is, come on, I think our military might stands very well against Greenland's, whatever it might be.
Nick,
given your previous comments, I think perhaps you should move to China, Nick.
Oh well, yeah. Well, that may not be so bad. They're doing quite well economically over there, as we well know. They're one of the world's fastest growing economies.
All right, fine, Nick.
And if we don't get out of our mud pool in Washington D.C.,
and then you can't trust anything that's in the newspaper. You're on video 24/7 because there's no.
Are you, Bill? You can't trust anything in the newspaper. Are you talking about America or China? Which one are you talking about?
America.
Yeah.
You're talking about America or China? Which one?
I'm talking about China, Nick. You know.
Now China. Okay, yeah. And I trust all the news here in the United States. Boy, I just eat that garbage right on up, baby.
Everybody can publish whatever they want. At least they can publish whatever they want, and they won't have goons at the door, Nick. There is something to freedom, Nick.
I don't think that's true, actually, Bill. I think
educate him. Come on, man. You live in Australia. Educate that narrow-minded American. Come on, Shakeel.
That's right. How many security does Fox have out the front of their buildings compared to CNN?
There you go. Yeah, they got security here in the U.S. They got goons out there in media here. Come on, Bill.
Oh, no. That's called our
Oh, no. Those are called security guards. They're not goons.
Yeah, they're called private security guards, and they are not. They're not.
They want to protect against the goons.
That's exactly right. They're protecting against the masses of these uneducated people running wildly in the streets, talking about things like freedom. I mean, who needs that, Nick? In the world of the 1%, Nick. I thought you, in your gilded cage, would be the defender of America and its.
I am. If your policies were correct over in Washington, that mud pool of Washington D.C. If you'd ever build high-speed trains, if you'd actually put money in our infrastructure, if you actually stopped funding the military up the gazoo, building walls in Mexico, instead to build high-speed internet. Train lines around the United States, high-speed internet lines. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Newsflash, news alert for you, Nick, our viewers here domestically and around the world. If the 1% would quit focusing in on the stock market, the Dow, which has no relationship to building infrastructure, then the rest of us here in America could actually commit funds to infrastructure, development, green new technology, creating jobs, good jobs that are here in America, that stay in America, thereby boosting, again, the world's largest economy. But until such time, when you have the upper 1% so focused in on the Dow Jones stocks, which do not represent Main Street, but rather represent a construct of fake economic news, we won't have that here, and yet you rail against it.
Well, there's not
attacking the 1%. I'm seriously.
I don't know why he has anything against the 1%. I would say join us, Bill.
You know.
Oh, but we're a little past 10:30. I need to give introductions. We have from the United States of America our famous apologist, Bill Trezevant, in Washington D.C. We have Rakesh Krishnan, who's actually in Hong Kong, China, representing the entire country of China. Well, not really, but he lives in Hong Kong. Sharif, who's joined us, who runs the Sharif School of Economics out of Malaysia. And people don't know that in the United States, go look at a map. And then Shakeel Latimer, who's in Australia, mate, but also he runs his billion-dollar businesses in Singapore and Switzerland, all here on Economics Monday. And of course, we're discussing the Chinese-American relationships, which are good and getting better and stronger. I'm just changing the narrative. Okay, as we've determined, working together and solving problems, especially with me and Rakesh at the helm, we're going to solve these intellectual problems. And then, of course, we have our apologist Bill, who's trying to go in a different direction, and he's actually defending Washington D.C. I can't believe this.
The people that actually contribute the most,
and then he attacks the 1%, but. We have an economist here, a PhD economist, Sharif. What do you think about let's drag the 1% down to the mud hole gutter, or should we try to build up the working class? What would your thought be as an economist, Sharif?
You are talking about this tax policy and this kind of
No,
things.
just in general, Sharif. You know, the 1% are all just evil. They're responsible for everything that's bad that's ever happened, and they should be destroyed. It's the general hypothesis, I think.
Yeah, the 1%, the top 1% of income earners are bad and horrible. The bottom 1% are wonderful people. Let's take from them and give to the bottom.
You mean the bottom 99? Nick?
No,
The bottom 99.
Okay.
Let's compare apples with apples. 1% with 1%.
Before I go for this comparison, I have to come up with a small story. It's actually a story from a village cultures, but this is very important. Let's say, like, we have our professor Nick Palveda. Let's say he is 30 years old. He finished his graduation from Harvard University, and he's a very visionary man. And let's say I'm from Rajbari, Bangladesh, a small country and a small place. Definitely, it's a very small village. Compared to USA is a very big, Bangladesh is very small. So in somehow, let's say Mr. Nick Palveda, he visited Rajbari, and he goes to Rajbari for developing a business projects. Okay, and he want to change this village, change Rajbari and everything. This is his vision, because he's from Harvard University, he is from USA, and he's a best knowledge, experience, investors, dynamic vision he has. So he's representing dynamic knowledge and everything, and he visited Rajbari. So when he visited Rajbari, let's say the village, most of the people, they involved with agricultures and the fishing and this kind of things. So that time he find these people is not in right track, because they are wasting their times, and they with painting, with singings, with dancings and many other things, and which is not actually according to his knowledge, because you are from the big university, you are from the all of the best things you have, best strategy you have. So you find that these people, very small villages people, they are not okay, they are not good enough. So you just thinking that we want to change them. So you try to change them. They ask you, why you come here? You are a white people, you are a white man, why you come to this small village? You said, I want to build up a factory which will change maybe Rajbari, maybe Bangladesh, and it will be a global corporations, and it's $1 billion plans. So they ask you that, okay, why you come here and why you want to do this? You said, yes, I want to build $1 billion business in Rajbari. Then they ask you that, what's your objective? That your objective that I'm very young, I'm very talented, I will make a big amount of money, and next 20 years, and after that I will go for the retirements, and I will be a very successful businessman. I have a lot of amount of money, and then in the retirement period, they ask you that in your retirement period, what you do? They said, in your retirement periods, that I go for visit around the world. I will go for different kind of what Professor Nick Palveda said always, that I want to visit golf club, I want to visit shopping malls, or dance or singing or other things. What the Nick Palveda
five-star hotels.
Yes, 5-star hotels. I want to visit these things. So that time the village people said, what you will do after 20 years with your energy and everything, money and everything, we are doing the same thing right now. We are singing, we are dancing, we are enjoying our life. Okay. So try to understand. This is economy. Okay, this is actually economy. What you will do after 20 years, the village people thought is that I am doing the same thing right now. I do not have millions of money in my pockets, but I am singing. I am happy with my life. I am enjoying my cultures. I'm enjoying my life. That is actually why I'm sorry. I do not want to hurt Professor Nick Palveda, because I'm just taking you as an example. So this is actually story of developing economy and the modern economy. You have to understand the beauty of the small economy, the beauty of the small things, because everything is right around the world. You have to enjoy your life. Like example, yes, I'm actually combinations of, I want to say, the first world and the developing nations. I learned that how they enjoy their family life, how they involve with their economy, how they involve with their culture, how to be honest with family, society, and other things from the Asian country. On the other hand, I know that definitely Harvard has very good knowledge. Harvard has very good strategy. First world has very good strategy. But issue is that we have to respect each other. We have to go for the combinations. We have to go for the mix. Everybody is not prepared to develop themselves as a Google, as a IBM, or as a big company. So let's enjoy our life. That is the beauty in the COVID situation.
Okay,
Because
there's no problem. Does Raspberry have a 5-star hotel for me to stay at, a Michelin 3-star restaurant to eat in? That's all my questions, Counselor.
Okay. No, Nick, I agree with you. I mean, listen, Sharif, my heart is warm. My spirits are uplifted by the story. But do we have a 5-star hotel? Nick and I can agree on.
Okay.
Do they have a 5-star hotel in Bangladesh? Good question.
Who's going to win? Economic. Now, Nick, I do want to ask you this simply. Just go around. It is Economics Monday. What do you think of Wall Street embracing Joe Biden as president?
I'm not sure about that because the thing is, we look at that differently because we're not sure. Here's what we do. We're sure Trump will be the same old stuff. And here's the fact, whether the Democrats like it or not, that he actually had the economy pretty well zooming until COVID-19 hit him right between the face. But here's another fact. The Obama-Biden administration did not do a bad job with the economy, turning around a miserable economy from who was that guy? Bush. So I believe what you're going to see is more of a Biden, Obama-Biden economy. So I think Wall Street's going to be okay with it.
Saying it's the slowest recovery, in history. So when you say they didn't do a bad job,
actually they did a good job. Shakeel, if you recall, because I was there in 2008, our market went down 37% because Bush had, and the Democrats, whoever was in power, mismanaged our mortgages and our banks. And then our friend Obama, by infusing $700 billion, back then it was only $700 billion, literally turned our economy around.
The Dow at one point was at 8,000 and then recovered to 12,000 because the Dow had been, I think it reached its high at 15. And then during 2008, when that crisis hit and we almost lost our entire banking industry without the bailout, particularly with AIG and then the mortgage-backed securities, the Dow dropped to 8,000. And that was when your friend, Nick, Warren Buffett, said, go ahead and invest in the stock market on America. So they rescued it from 8,000 up to what they handed over to Trump, which was just around 20.
Yeah, they actually handed over him a winning economy. So he says, well, I turned the economy around. He didn't turn the economy around. All he did is he just kept up with the same economics that happened with
before. You can't have it both ways. You can't say it's all Obama's doing. Trump had nothing to do with the success of the economy until it turns down. And then when it turns down, it's all Trump's fault. That's all he's handling.
Hey, listen, Shakeel, you always, I hate to say it, as Truman said, the buck stops here, baby, and the buck stopped at Trump's doorstep.
Okay. It's good doing.
And the thing that he
was not doing so well.
Shakeel, the thing he faced was something he couldn't be power of positive thinking way out, which was a disease. He did not have the leadership skills to be able to face a disease. It's unfortunately a failure of leadership which caused this particular problem. And we can start with, I'm going to announce our pandemic leader, Mike Pence, who has no education at all in leading a pandemic. Okay, that was failure of leadership. That sits on Trump's doorstep.
Pence was a disaster in Indiana when he was hit with an outbreak in Indiana of a pandemic disease. It was localized. So not only was he not qualified, not only did he not know, his prior experience resulted in bad outcomes. So
of course, and see that's just an abject failure of leadership. When I want somebody who's in charge of a medical issue, I don't know about you, Shakeel, I don't go see a politician. I usually go see a doctor. So next time, Shakeel, you run into a medical issue, go look at your politician, go see him and have them solve it for you. I go to doctors. I don't know about you. You can go to a politician.
I know Rakesh wants to say so, but I was
Rakesh is dying to jump in. Jump in.
The 1% at the top is not the issue. It's what happens with the rest of the percentages. If there's 1% at the top and 99 at the bottom, that is a problem. But if there's 1% at the top, 30% in between, another 20% also somewhere below that, and then you have the rest of the percentages, that is a strong economy. And if
and the top 1%
build that, that's a problem.
Rakesh, mathematically, the top 1% always been the top 1%, right?
They will be.
Always, but it's mathematical. Okay. If you're in the top 1%, you're always going to be in the top 1%, and they'll always be in the bottom 99%. So this whole argument about
the DuPont fellow is falling out. The DuPont fellow is falling out of the 1%. You know, the guy.
Yeah, but then the thing is, the top 1% isn't leaving. The top 1% will always be with us. I'm sorry, because it's just mathematically that's going to be the case.
And fine, we can accept mathematically the top 1%, but that is not the issue. At the root of the issue is what kinds of policies that the government, creates, writes, or promotes for the welfare of the rest, rather than skewing the policies that further benefit the 1%. Because I think this, Nick, and I think we talked about this before, and I'm really, really curious, Nick, that, I've never heard of an up by your bootstraps trust fund kid needing help from the American government. But it seems that currently the 1% is advocating tough policies that would help them as if they were in need, rather than policies that would strengthen the other 99%, which forms the basis of the very wealth that they extol. Nick,
can I? I'm going to say.
We'll bring in Shakeel.
You talked about healthcare. So this is the issue I see with politics all around the world, is that the politicians, this bunch of lawyers, which is generally what they are, seem to be the world-leading experts on every single subject, whether it's education. Just ask a lawyer. They know everything about education. When it comes to the economy, ask a lawyer. The lawyers know everything about the economy. When it comes to healthcare, ask a lawyer, because the lawyers know everything about healthcare. And they pass all these rules and regulations. And the problem with that is that when it comes to certain subjects, like I hopefully know a few things about economic theory and that sort of stuff, and having a family that's come from a very poor region of the world and being able to not be in that position myself financially as an adult, having the luxury of being born in Western countries, I think I know a little bit about what it's like to sort of claw your way up to the top. And the interesting thing is that when you sit down and talk to politicians, they don't want to hear it. And you talk, Bill, about the top 1%. They don't want to do anything that's going to not benefit themselves. Yeah, duh. What is a person going to do? They're not going to come out there and go, what I think would be really good is if you took everything I've got. That would be really great. That. Of course,
you're absolutely right, except that you're confusing two things. You're confusing the 1%'s self-interest in perpetuating stuff. That's fine. The issue really is, what are the governmental policies? Now, if the governmental policies are shaped in such a way as to benefit, as I'd say, some would argue, warped, to continue to benefit the 1% rather than to benefit the other 99%, that's where the problem is. I have no problem with the 1% looking out for themselves. I do have a bit of a concern if governmental policies also contribute and or exacerbate the gap by not taking care of or creating conditions so that the other 99% can join the 1%. And so that's the issue. So I completely agree with you. People should act in their self-interest, and the government should reflect what the people's will are. And if the people, the majority of them, are not 1%, then the governmental policy should reflect the views of the majority of the people who are not 1%, rather than having the government reflect the views through the laws and the regulations to benefit the 1%. We need an umpire. We need an umpire in the game, because the 1% are going to pursue their self-interest, and good for them. That's why we have America. That's why everybody loves America. But good for us, the people that have the votes, to vote in a government that represents and balances
Bill,
economics.
Let me just say there, you've got, and I'm loath to do this, but you can kind of split society into sort of three groups, right? In Western countries, anyway, you've got your very poor, you've got your middle class, and you've got your very wealthy. Okay, I think for the way I look at it, is the middle class is there's a big struggle for the middle class, and a lot of that struggle for young people, especially who are trying to start their own business and that sort of stuff, is that regulations can become extremely difficult. I just want to correct something I said a few weeks ago. It might have been last week, where I said, you know, in my late 20s, early 30s, in order for me to get where I was, I had to leave Australia because the regulations here were so onerous. I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And I don't think that any young person in a Western country should be looking to go to another Western country because of rules and regulations. But when I went to Switzerland, it's not as though Switzerland has less rules and regulations. It's just that they regulate this industry differently. Mm-hmm. And that's a real problem. You're seeing that in different countries. There are certain industries that you can go into in the United States and you'll do really well. There are certain industries where you'd be better off going to another country. I don't think that should ever really happen. And that's where the middle class will find themselves really struggling to compete, because big companies love regulations. The more regulations that big companies have to adhere to, the harder it is for them to get competition. You know, Andrew Carnegie used to talk about, I think it was him, who said, I love having a welfare state because it means that most of my competition is already taken care of by the government, by them having just given the money. Mm-hmm. So that's a real problem. And as for the very poor, we can debate how best to deal with them and how best to enable them to get into the workforce and improve their lives. But I'm not persuaded that just always hitting the rich is a very good way of doing it, because if you do that, you go back to, you know, sort of 1700 France, where they say, look, you guys are going to form a majority to try and take everything I've got. And that's how democracy is. The people not paying for the taxes are going to dictate to the other half how they take.
No. First of all, I mean, that look, Rakesh, I'm going to go to you. But first, I just, Shakeel, my dear friend, my friend from another nation or nations, listen, we have to understand that fundamentally, capitalism and democracy are at odds, because as a system, capitalism allocates power based on the amount of assets that you have. That is the number of dollars. The more dollars you have, the more powerful you are. Democracy allocates power based on one person, one vote. So the more people you have, the more power you have. So fundamentally, the two don't fit together and will never fit together. That's why we have to have a kind of a melded market where the government steps in and arbitrates this stuff. Now, on that point, and then I want to go to you, Rakesh. Shakeel, you're only looking at it from the issue of regulations as the only thing that the government does. But that is not true. The way the government can, and its policies, shift and assist those in the middle class are not by regulations, but by GI loans, first-time buyer grants to help people buy houses, uplift the middle class, establishing minimum wage, establishing health and safety things to improve the quality of life, quality of water, all these things, or the environment. All of these things are other things that balance out a naked, purely capitalistic structure. And those are beneficial. So it's not always about regulations. It's about the other things that are helpful. Creating a social safety net so that we don't have this gap where you're in a Charles Dickinson kind of world where you have these gated communities with the elite, and you've got all these kids, orphans, running around scrubbing up and looking for money or food. Rakesh.
Yeah. My point is that the 1% also depend on a certain paradigm to make it to that 1%. You know, I've lived in Rwanda, Shakeel. Have you ever lived in a country as poor as Rwanda?
Okay, but I'm not talking about...
If Bill Gates was born as a child in Rwanda, that luck, he wouldn't even start with the M of Microsoft.
But I'm not talking about...
You do need that paradigm, that social paradigm to rise to the top. And that is indubitable. There is no argument about it. You need to have that paradigm. So once you have that paradigm, then you've got to realize that you do owe back. And which is why a lot of people are giving back, including Mr. Buffett.
Sure, and including myself, Rakesh. But I'm not... If we're going to talk about 1% on a global scale, that's an entirely different situation, because the situation facing some of the more impoverished countries like Rwanda and some of the others in Africa often have to do with, there you go, Bill, I'll give you something to attack with later, right? It often has to do with the lack of regulation and the lack of a legal system. So trying to get a contract enforced in some of these places, and even a lot of these places where they don't have things like title deeds over land and all that sort of stuff. This is what can hold back a lot of people that live in those sorts of places.
Are you now saying that the very thing that is holding back these developing countries is a lack of lawyers? Because a moment ago you hated lawyers.
He likes lawyers.
I don't use the word hate. I don't use the word hate, right?
He realizes, Bill, we're a necessary evil. So he'll recognize the evil.
Nick, our young friend Shakeel, who is in charge of over $1 billion that he's managing, he said not a moment ago that every turns to lawyers because lawyers think they know something about everything, but he implied that lawyers really don't know anything about everything. And now he's lamenting that he can't even make money without lawyers.
No, you can't. You can't do anything without lawyers. That's the reason we need.
But you know what, Bill? But you know what? This is the very thing, right? It's in my interest to have a really over-regulated, ridiculously regulated financial sector, because now I'm in it, so it's okay. Now I've got lawyers on the payroll. It's not a problem. Mm-hmm. But it was a problem before when I was 26 and 27 trying to get there, because there was all these stupid rules and regulations that prevented me from getting there. And that's what I'm saying, that you don't want to have regulations in the United States that deny people the opportunity to pursue something that they want to pursue. When we're talking about poverty in some of the more impoverished countries, the fact that there is no government there at all, or that government is very, very difficult to deal with, or the regulations just don't exist, or they don't have the things like the ability to enforce contracts, they can't get title deeds over property, all that sort of stuff. That can be very, very hard for people there to even be able to conduct business in the same sort of way as we. If you come from Rwanda, you can't even apply for the IP. You can't patent something or put a trademark on something. Right. You know, I know Rwanda is improving and has improved dramatically since then, but you know, it'd be very difficult to do that. Now, when it comes to wealthy Western countries, in my opinion, I'm not saying we should have no regulation, but I'm saying that when the government, when politicians, these lawyers, right, when they get together and they have a look and say, okay, look, we passed this legislation, but it's not having the desired outcome, it's not unreasonable for the population to say, hey, that's not having the desired outcome. Let's change that law or that regulation or whatever it is. And my theory actually as to why this is happening is I know how big my bills are. I get billed sometimes in 6-minute increments. Okay. So I get billed for like 30 hours for one day's work. And I'm sure that they don't do that in Washington. So probably what's happened there is all the bad lawyers go into politics and all the good lawyers stay private.
Nick,
that you have a point on, but I just want to do before we go to Rakesh, one thing. Bangladesh does have 5-star hotels. Very important. If you go to Dhaka, okay, I checked it up on the internet. You have the Intercontinental Dhaka, the Meridian Dhaka, the Pan-Pacific, and the Western Dhaka.
Professor,
so the 5-star hotels do exist.
Professor Kim, I want to, if I give you better than 5-star hotel, you will visit Rajbari, Kushtia, this area?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I like the 5-star hotels and nice golf courses.
Okay. Professor, I know you are a very good researcher. I think Rakesh know it. You know about Rabindranath Tagore's who win a Nobel Prize?
Yes.
Yes, you never visit Rabindranath Tagore house. It's better than it's near Rajbari. It's better than your 5-star hotel.
I'm into palaces and country estates.
It's Rajbari. You know Rajbari means what? Rajmani means king's house. Yes. Okay. King's house.
So that's in Dhaka? Is that in Dhaka?
No. It's in Bangladesh, far from Dhaka, I think. Yes.
What's the name of the place that I'm going to be visiting?
Rajbari. It's a king's place. It's a Bangla word. Rajbari. I think Rakesh can. Yes. And if you visit Rabindranath Tagore's house, it's amazing. It's better than your 5-star hotels. It's better than your all of the entertainments. I'm sure you will enjoy this life. I'm sure.
I will. I do like that.
Nick, just to continue my theme.
Even everyone, I will arrange a.
I know. Since I've been thrust into this ODD, oppositional defiant disorder. A little defiant, Nick, and it seems to me that all the luxuries that Sharif is offering probably come probably come at the cost of human labor that's been devalued and overworked and non-regulated. And so it's probably the worst of the worst that you're living on top of. And
I have no problem with that, and all I can say is bless their heart. Bless their heart.
Such shameless exploitation, Nick.
Thank you.
I had hope. You as a fearless leader, Nick, a wise man, a genteel Southern leader.
Hope springs eternal. Hey, listen, Bill. I'll be thinking about those people when I'm bathing in the King's Palace in Bangladesh.
Yes,
and I'll have to wipe away my tears as I'm eating at their glorious.
I'm going to go quiet, but I just have to say this.
You'll never get rid of the 1%. Just deal with it. Mathematically, you can't.
I spiritually am undaunted, but today I must bend my knee because I am outnumbered with Shakeel and Nick and Sharif. And so, Rakesh, I'm hoping you can save me, please. Comment.
While you're crying in your mud pool over there, Bill, I'm on the internet looking for this nice palace I can go to in Bangladesh. So you can sit and cry in your Washington, D.C. mud pool while I'm sitting there swimming in this beautiful palace in Bangladesh.
Yes, even Professor, you like fish?
Yes, of course I do.
Yes. Dr. Bill, you like fish? Everyone likes fish?
Yeah.
I can give you a guarantee. I visited many countries. In Rajbari, there is a fish called Hilsha fish in Padma. I think Rakesh know about Hilsha fish. I can give you a guarantee. If you eat Hilsha fish with rice, I am sure around the world you never tasted such a tasty fish around the world. I'm sure even in your America, in Europe, in Malaysia, you do not get such a delicious food. I can give you guarantee.
In solidarity with my 99%, I'd rather eat porridge until the world is free.
But you know,
when you say the world is free, you mean by locking up the 1% and making sure that the middle class can't ever get.
No, nobody needs to lock up anybody.
All right. Well, it's 2020, Rakesh, and I think somebody ought to get locked up around here.
But see, the goal is, Shakeel, if you're very productive and you're in the top 1%, okay, what you want to do is strip these people down and give it to the totally unproductive bottom 1%. It's just like this, okay? I get straight A's in class, okay? What Bill likes to do is strip me of my straight A's and give them to the F student.
That's right.
Give them to the F student. They'll do better.
Professor.
I know the number is number 1. It is the only number, the only thing that I'm aware of that you can divide and multiply and get the same result. I don't think you can divide money and get more money. I don't quite think that works that way.
Yes, Professor Nick. For bottom 1%, I have something to say. I want something to say because I have a very strong connection with this bottom 1%. Actually, let's say if you visit Bangladesh, India, even example Nigeria, country like this, they have many poor people. This is true, but believe me, this is not the poor that it does not mean they are not hardworking. Believe me, they are very, very hardworking. They are very passionate about life. But only issue is opportunity. It's not like American people. They have many good ecosystem and they are not utilizing it. Example, I'm just focusing on Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, those who are the bottom 1%, what you are talking about, that even once upon a time, people say, many politicians and many big countries say Bangladesh is a bottomless basket. Whatever you put, it's not work. But now you see last 10 years how economically it's moved with a very good GDP and other things. And I am engaged with many successful organizations. I know how hardworking this bottom 1%, sure, how dedicated they are. Let's say Bangladesh garment industry from this bottom 1%. Mm-hmm. Bangladesh example, this foreign remittance, these are the two major sources from this bottom 1%. COVID-19 situation, every country in financially problem, not in Bangladesh, not Pakistan. What is the reason? Bottom 1%. Let's say when you come to Malaysia, you find many Bangladeshi people working in the street. Malaysian people are not ready to serve these kind of things, but they are making hard-earned money and they are very loyal to their country. They do not put any single money in their pocket, in their bank. They put everything in Bangladesh. That's why Bangladesh has $40 billion in reserve right now. In COVID situations, every country is in trouble. You can check the data. Bangladesh economy GDP still continue because of this bottom 1%. So
Right.
I'm just sharing culture. I know that you are very kind person, and you are every time you are trying to learn. I know, that's why I'm trying to share with you. Believe me, this bottom 1%.
But
Yes.
see, the thing is, you have Sharif, you have a different attitude. The 1% work hard. See, Bill
Exactly.
and the mud over in Washington D.C. just want to give them stuff, no work. Okay, and to me, it's like this, because, by the way, Rwanda also has 5-star hotels. You can stay at the Kalegi Marriott, the Kalegi Sienna. So they're 5-star hotels in Rwanda, as well as 5-star hotels in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Now, if Bill had his way, they'd all be 1-star hotels, because then they'd all be equal. They'd all be equal, okay? And we're all equal because we're all 1-star. Now, for me, I don't like that idea. I like to stay in 5-star hotels, and if Bill wants to stay in 1-star hotels, that's good for him. And the people in the 1-star hotels work hard too. I understand that. I just like the 5-star hotels. Okay, so let's not make everybody 1-star hotels.
Wait, it's finally time for Rakesh.
Rakesh is begging to get in from.
It's not about the the 1-star 1%, bottom 1%. It is just about trying to make a reasonable give a reasonable chance to everybody who wants to work hard to get a break. That is as simple as that. That's all.
And I agree with that. They should be
the way that the politicians have persuaded otherwise very intelligent people like Bill that the way the world works is that for the 1% to exist, they must have somehow exploited the poor. They need the poor. Rich people don't want there to be poor people. Rich people want the poor to be middle class so they can take more money off them, right? So politicians that want to keep them poor.
Actually, you do want to build up the middle class and forget this whole 1%, because mathematically you're always going to have a top 1% and bottom 1%. But you can make people's lives better no matter where they're at.
Nick, we talked a few weeks ago, and I said rich people do have their own sets of problems, which is something that I know they don't sound like really.
We have more financial problems than poor people.
Hang on a second.
Trash it.
And I said a few weeks ago, I said one of the big issues that very wealthy people have especially when they're planning on handing their assets over and stuff like that, and having trust funds and all those sorts of things, is they are very worried about making sure their children don't turn into bums. Their children don't, just become drug addicts or whatever because they haven't had to work for any money. So I'll take a cheap shot here. So it would make sense that rich people also don't want, other people's kids to turn into bums because of their money as well, right? Because if you just take away people's desire to achieve anything and just give them everything, you're going to have a problem. You need people to be inspired to achieve something. Otherwise, why would they bother?
That's absolutely true. The thing is, and also wealthy people have more financial problems than poor people. Poor people don't have enough money to have a lot of financial problems. Wealthy people have a lot of money and have a lot of financial problems. They need to deal with financial experts.
Different kinds.
I am not going to do this. I am not going to take the bait on and go down the rabbit hole. I mean,
come on, take the bait, Bill.
It was worth a shot.
Okay, I accept you. I love all of you, but the 1% have problems. Really, people. Really, let's get a grip. Let's try this. We had a question from one of our viewers about the status of the stimulus plan here in Washington. And briefly, if I could just address that, and then I'll ask Nick and Shakeel how they would address this very real concern from an American. The fiscal stimulus package is dead currently. There is strategically, both parties have no incentive to get anything done. The Democrats have the argument right now that they have been trying since June. They started with $3.4 trillion. They came down to $2.2 trillion. The Republicans have only offered, at most recently, $1.8 trillion. But then Trump scrapped all of the negotiations and said, forget it. Later, he came back and said, well, I can do it piecemeal. The Democrats have said, no, they don't want to do it piecemeal legislation. They want a complete legislation. Now the Democrats are in the position where they're 22 days out, and they believe that if they have a blue wave in 22 days, and they are set to maintain the control of the House, take over control of the Senate, and win the White House, then they're inclined to wait until January and then pass whatever they want. So that leaves the American people stuck. And at this point, most Americans are blaming Trump for walking away from what could have been a deal now, and the Democrats have no incentive, and the Republicans are focused in on the Supreme Court hearings. Nick, what do you have to say?
Well, do you want the position of what they should do or what they're going to do?
Well, Nick, I'd like to hear both sides.
Okay, all right. Here's what they should do. They should give stimulus to your bottom 1% who you so richly deserve those stimulus checks of $1,200 each, or do like they did in Canada, something like $1,000 a month every month until somewhere well into next year. That's what they should do. But here's the bills that are always on the table. Give the airline industry $25 billion. Give small businesses billions. In fact, what happened is a lot of the 3.5 trillion, 2.7 trillion went to companies like mine where we just stuck it in cash and didn't do anything with it. We're not distributing it out to our employees. Are you kidding me? Okay, we did some went to the employees, but a lot of it just stuck in cash in our bank accounts. Now, and if they do it again, we're going to do the same thing. Stick a lot of money in cash, and so did a lot of our other businesses. It doesn't help people. The only thing I saw that actually helped people was those $1,200 direct deposits to people. That's what they should do, but they're not going to do it. Here's what they're going to do. You already said, and I agree. They're going to do absolutely nothing. And so what you're going to see is this. You're going to see a lot of foreclosures, evictions. You're going to see your bottom 1% just basically get
So
hammered.
I'm just a little bit confused because I thought that the bottom 1%, these were the very, very poor people, especially people of color in the southern states who didn't have driver's license and didn't have bank accounts and they couldn't get ID, so their vote was being suppressed and all that sort of stuff. How are they going to get the $1,200 if they don't have any ID?
What they did last time, Shakeel, they actually did direct deposits to everybody for $1,200.
But they don't have bank accounts. These bottom 1%, they couldn't possibly have bank accounts because they don't actually have.
Yeah, you're right. If you get way down there, possibly your really bottom 1% probably is really taking it on the chin. Yeah. But if you get just to the average person that doesn't have a lot of money, not the 1%, it's really the bottom 50% of our country can't get a hold of $400. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you send them $1,200, they can at least pay their rent, or you send them $1,000 a month, sort of a UBI, and it doesn't really cost that much, so they can pay their rent and eat, etc. We could do that. We're not going to do that. What we're going to do is nothing.
But the total failure there, and it's obviously it's happening because it's an election year and it's election month almost, and technically it's next month.
It's election money.
Yeah, and Australians, by the way, Bill, will not be watching your election at all. We're not going to care because we've got the Melbourne Cup horse race, which is the biggest horse race. They call it the race that stops the nation. So they're all going to be at the races watching the horses. They're not going to care at all about what's happening in America. But no, look, I think the politicians, it's very clear. The Democrats are trying to play a political game to get into power. The Republicans are trying to play a political game to get into power. And who cares about the everyday person? And that's the real shame of it, because it's not just the people at the very bottom. It is middle class families, and there are some people. I know, Bill. It's all rosy when you're a 1%er, but there are actually going to be a lot of people who are or still sort of fall into that 1% category that are going to be really struggling. I mean, we saw this happen in Australia, in Western Australia, where I'm actually from. It's mostly a mining state. And when the market turned down, we saw that a lot of people had investment properties. The market turned down and they couldn't make their mortgage payments because the rental income wasn't enough to cover it, and they were out of credit with the bank. So, there are going to be problems all through different sectors. And of course, that's going to hit your property investors in America who don't have rental money coming in, and they can't evict people because, how are they going to even pay their mortgages? It's just going to be a big cascading thing. And for politicians not to pay attention to any of that because of their blind desire for power is frankly
no, seriously, it's not just this blind ambition for power for power's sake. I mean, there are
Democrats. I said both. Remember,
there are very real consequences to this election. And that is to say that the Democrats, if they will pursue, and a potential Biden administration will pursue policies that are diametrically opposed to what's currently going on in Washington. You'd see it across the board: foreign economic policy, a domestic immigration policy. You'd see it with the EPA. You'd see it with regulations. You'd see it with fiscal stimulus. It would be dramatic. The two sides are like night and day, and particularly tax policy.
I don't care what he's going to achieve. I don't care what he's going to achieve. The idea that either side or both sides is what's really happening at the moment, and this isn't the only time that they've done it, but both, it's just more pronounced at the moment. Both sides of politics in almost every major country in the world that I can think of will politicize anything for the sake of power at the expense of the everyday person. And I don't care if it's a Republican or a Democrat, or in Australia a Liberal or a Labor, or the Labor and the Tories in the UK, whoever they are, it doesn't matter. They all do the same thing. They care about their power more than they care about the everyday person. That's a shame. They shouldn't do it.
Shakeel, this is why I love you, because you are, consistent but not. You just said that what is the problem with the 1% pursuing their own self-interest on the one hand, and now you're saying that there is a problem with politicians pursuing power, to be in charge, and that's in their self-interest. How come on the one hand you extol the virtues? And
that's very easy.
People follow their self-interest, and then on the other hand, be aghast when somebody else follows their self-interest.
That's very easy because what I don't do is I don't go around and try to persuade 50% of the population plus one person that allowing me to be wealthy is going to be in their best interest. And me being wealthy, I'm just doing that out of selflessness and a desire to contribute to the public. That's what I don't do. The politicians, on the other hand, pretend and lie and say, oh, we're not doing it for us, we're doing it for you. And it's absolute nonsense.
So Shakeel, it seems to me that you have the same affliction that I was accused of by Nick of having. I think that you have political envy. I think you're green with envy. And I think that you suffer from and are envious of the 1%ers that are in politics. And they're always going to be the 1% in politics. And Nick,
any idiot could go into politics.
1% in politics, but
any idiot could go into politics. It takes a bit more intelligence to do something.
Ouch, Nick. Before this,
aren't you all telling me how terrible Donald Trump is? Doesn't that prove my point for me from a Democrat's perspective?
Oh well, no, I was not on the bandwagon of how bad Donald Trump is. I was simply saying that the Trump administration and the Biden administration have two very different views of the world, and the election is going to have consequences. It's going to radically change. We'll either continue with the Trump policies, or we will see a wholesale shift with the Biden policies. In either way, it's going to have an impact, and that is the reason why people are fighting so hard for the positions. But you seem to be jealous of the 1% in the political life, and yet want to defend the 1% in economic.
No, I'm not jealous of them politically. I just think that for them to lie about being these sort of valorous people that selflessly serve the public is nonsense.
Then the glorious 1% economically, for them just to be like, oh, we're oppressed and we have all these 1% problems because we're up from our bootstrap trust fund kids. I mean, I find that just as shocking. But that's
the whole thing. Not everybody, and I think the statistics show that most people who are in the 1% did not come from trust funds, that they actually earned it themselves. And if you look at the Forbes list, almost everyone in there is within 2 generations of the people that made the money.
Okay.
These families don't tend to hang on to it for very long.
Well, can you see the screen and see what the wealth disparity is in the United States?
Let's take a look, Nick, and explain it for us. And
okay,
Nick,
well, there's 2 disparities. The
Nick,
income.
We have a new guest, and you have to do introduction.
Yeah, we'll bring the new guest in just a minute. The income disparity is not as bad. 1.58 trillion to the bottom 40%, 1.64 trillion to the top 1%. But now let's look at the wealth, the net worth, the numbers that count. How much money do you have in your bank accounts, securities, and real estate? The top 1% has 34.7 trillion. The bottom 40%, 249 billion. 40% compared to 1%. So there you go, counselor. The place to be in the United States is the top 1%.
Right, but my fear is that amongst the problems once I enter the 1% will be the high cost of therapists for all of my 1% problems, Nick.
Yeah, well, like I said, they have very interesting issues, more issues than people can deal with.
They can get really complicated.
Professor Cantley has just arrived. Professor Cantley, what do you think about this political thought that Bill has in Washington, D.C. of moving assets from the productive top 1% to the bottom?
Are you talking about just plain old, just straight up reallocation of wealth or income? What are we talking about? How far?
Deion Sanders would say both.
Oh, okay. Well, no. Wealth confiscation is not really my cup of tea. So I don't understand the whole wealth tax concept as being that seems to be something that's a little bit beyond the pale. But I think we've been doing something like it by other means for quite some time, and I don't see much. I see the slippery slope moving pretty quick. I'm not for it, but I can see it happening.
Well, Bill, the Biden administration
what was your prognosis about what was going to happen?
I believe the Biden administration says if you're making over 400,000, we're going to rip you apart. I mean, we're going to transfer your assets to other people that aren't making 400,000, and that's a good thing to do because Professor Cantley, why would that be a good thing to do?
I have no idea.
So Bill, the rest of the panel has no idea what you're talking about in that mud hole called Washington, D.C.
Okay, all right. Well, then I will simply start it this way, in a way that we can all understand. And I'm really mostly talking to the viewers out there who understand that I know are watching, and that is, at the end of every day, we have to pay our bills, even the United States government. So therefore, we have to raise revenue. And one way to raise revenue is to create first examine and then change our current tax structure without hurting the middle class. The Biden campaign's approach or proposal to exempt and the up to the 400,000 or keep their taxes in place with no changes, but to then the revenue. Liar,
he's such a liar.
Hang on those incomes, as well as increase the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%, is all necessary in order to fund what we need, like infrastructure, like the high-speed rails, and do like China does, build islands in the sea so that we can then sell them off to the highest bidder and the 1%. But the point is, somehow we need to
get a tax break. I'll go live on the island if I get the tax break.
We need to raise revenue because we do, for better or worse, have to address this issue of our national debt. And look, I think reasonable people can agree that what we have as a tax code with all of its loopholes has led to our government being underfunded just in what we provide now, let alone any notion that anybody has that says, hey, listen, we're going to become a socialist nation. Quite frankly, we don't even have the funds to become a socialist nation right now. We don't even have the funds to repair the very bridges that we need to be repaired and the roads to be repaired so that we can continue to engage in interstate commerce. But that money has to come from somewhere, and that's where this reformed tax approach comes from. But at the end of the day, somebody's going to have to pay. And we cannot have people continue to belly up to the table and say, not in my economic backyard. We can't have that kind of economic NIMBY approach.
I think that what I generally am saying, and what everybody else, everyone that I know is saying, is not that we don't want to pay at all. It is, Bill, we go to a restaurant every Friday, and because I'm much wealthier than you, I pay for it every Friday.
Okay.
It'd be nice if 1/100th of the time you just contributed, right? That's all. Everybody should be paying something into the system. That's why everybody's got a vested interest. When you've got almost half the population paying virtually nothing, and then them complaining and saying we're going to gang up together and we're going to form a majority and then vote that the other 50% have to pay more than what they're already paying. You've already got the 20% of income going to 1% being taxed at 40%.
Shakeel, look, your observation is internally incoherent because on the one hand, you're saying it is okay for the 1% for mergers, acquisitions companies and exercise their authority and flex their financial muscles, and that's okay.
I don't recall saying that.
Hang on. But at the same time, you're saying...
When did I say that?
But you're saying at the same time, in that same breath, that the other system, which is called democracy, which allows people to get together with their vote and exercise their authority, that somehow that's unfair. So it's fair economically.
No, absolutely.
Democratically, when
you never mentioned cutting spending, Bill. Bill, you just think we need to raise capital for everything we quote unquote need. Mm-hmm. Aren't there some things that we're spending on that we don't quote unquote need?
No, you're absolutely right, Professor. And I would offer this as a reasonable approach. I mean, I will defend, just for the sake of us prompting and having this kind of very serious conversation. But I will suggest to you that you're absolutely correct. And I would propose this, Professor, that we do need to take a strong look at the American federal budget. And the way we ought to do it was the way it was done by a Democratic president back in 1976, when he took the approach to budgeting as a zero-based budgeting proposition. That is to say that each agency begins with $0 allocated to them for their proposed budget, and then has to justify why each program is necessary in front of Congress, rather than the current system that we have.
Okay, I can go with that.
Okay,
I can go with that.
Okay, fine. So on the one hand, to be sensible and be in the middle is to say, let's start with zero-based budgeting. We've done it before. We know how to do it, and it makes sense, and America can understand it. Rather than what we have right now, which is an agency comes in, they said, well, we had $30 billion last year. We're only seeking a 2% increase. And you're right, Professor, that is economic mission creep, and we should stop that. But in exchange for that, what we can't have from the other side is just this blind adherence to this NIMBY economic argument. No, don't close my tax loophole because mine is sacrosanct. And then somebody else goes to the table saying,
no, I think that everybody contributes. Everybody should contribute something, right? Not just one group has to pay for it all. And you say about the democracy. Democracy can be inherently unfair if it's used the wrong way. The founding fathers of the United States knew that. That's why you're a constitutional republic. The constitutional part, which restricts and restrains government from overstepping the mark, okay, so that democracy doesn't just go, okay, there's 8 of us and that guy has something, let's just vote 8-2 that we're going to take the thing that those two guys.
Okay, well, two things. I mean, on the one hand, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's how democracy works. One, Shakeel.
That's why you have.
Two, here in the United States, it has worked exactly that way at times in the reverse way. That is to say that the wealthy ganged up and turned around and voted in policies that disproportionately adversely affected those that were not part of the 1%. And that is just a fact. Now,
how can the wealthy 1%? How can they gang up on anything? There's 1% of them. The 99 people are against them. How can they gang up?
I know, but now it seems as if everybody's crying foul when the rest of the what we would call you would call the riffraff of society is getting together to vote. Now, you're right. That is the extreme, and that is wrong. I tend to agree with our professor, and that is to say this: reasonable minds have to begin somewhere, and the 99% and the proponents of big government have to begin by saying, what are we actually doing right now? What do we need? Because everybody is now used to cutting their budgets. In this age of economic calamity and the drying and the stagnation of our economy, everybody's had to cut their budgets. They've had to go and say, what's really important? Is it the electric bill, the heat bill, my medical bill, or is it food? So now, and so we're done with the luxuries. Maybe if we take that lunch bucket approach to the federal budget to begin with, then as an opening, we will have credibility so that my good friend Nick and his buddies who are in the 5-star hotels might then come to the table with Professor and I and say, okay, we've gone through and gotten rid of all the junk. Now let's see how we can raise revenue, because then we will raise the revenue with the savings to start as the down payment, and then we will see what additional things that we need that like moving from 21 to 28% is the tax rate. That seems reasonable, and it doesn't seem confiscatory.
for a more detailed version of the 94 Clinton approach? Are you looking for a more detailed approach to, version of the 1994 Clinton approach, where he kind of tried to balance spending cutbacks with?
And I am not necessarily opposed to that. I mean, I certainly, Professor Cantley, I will defend the other side because I want to prompt a serious conversation. And quite frankly, it's just necessary to deal with the noise coming from the other side from my esteemed colleague in Australia. But the point here,
why are you listening to the guy in Australia? What is he?
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm listening.
Why, Bill? Why are you arguing with my mate in Australia? Because he doesn't have any influence or any deal with American politics anyway.
No, but he represents a very a view that is.
That's because in Australia only get us Fox News over there.
I represent a view of somebody who has worked hard and would like other people to be able to be given similar opportunities to me. Let me just say so, Bill. The thing that's really interesting, right, is all of those left-wing billionaires, right? Mm-hmm. They seem to get together with all the right-wing billionaires, and they tend to have a fairly similar view as to how the tax system should work. You talk to somebody who is politically more on the left than I am, a very intelligent guy, David K. Johnson. His tax view is very, very similar in some ways. He actually said last week that it's basically it would operate like a broad-based consumption tax. We know that these sorts of things can work quite well. You talk a lot about what you can do with the money, but there's never a real conversation about how best to raise it. And one of the things I've tried to address with you last week, and I'll say it again this week, increasing headline rates of tax doesn't work. The entire problem at the moment is that the very wealthy aren't paying the tax in the first place. And I know I say it tongue in cheek, but I would kill to get into California if they had a 100% tax rate, because I know that if they've got a 100% tax rate, there would be so many loopholes in that, I would end up paying nothing. Now, most people that I know don't want to pay zero. It's just that they want to pay tax in a fair and reasonable way, and they're happy to pay even more than what they're paying now if you tax them differently, okay? But that conversation, the political wherewithal to have that conversation and to make those changes isn't there. And that is why I keep saying the politicians just don't care about everyday people. They don't really care about the issues. What they care about is whatever sounds good right now, whatever soundbite I can use to get on TV. You know, that's what I'm going to go.
No, that's actually not quite true, because frankly, the professor and I can find common ground, and you're right. Perhaps a 94 Clinton approach where for every new source of dollar of revenue, you either cut one or cut two and things of that nature. But more importantly, we previously had the Simpson-Bowles commission that went through and looked at various ways that we could save, whether it's on Social Security, whether it's on Medicaid, Medicare. We have all of these commissions that people of both parties got together, and then they said the tough things. But for one reason or the other, the lobbyists came in and represented on both sides, because evil doing can be spread on both sides, and came in and stopped it. But we're now at a point where there's a really stark change and a reckoning. And I would love to get to the table.
The lobbyists have to be the easiest people to say no to, because they're always asking for something. Whoever it was, Hillary Clinton when she was the first lady, whoever it was, no, it wasn't. It was Nancy Reagan who just said, just say no to drugs. Well, just say no to the lobbyists. I mean, how hard is it? I mean, if the politicians care so much, and I can say the same or similar things, about politics in Australia and the UK, but if the politicians in America on both sides care so much, why is it that there's all these homeless people and all these social issues in the District of Columbia right outside their buildings?
Shakeel, I can't even believe you gave it to me. I swear to God, I'm giving you an international bear hug. I know exactly why. And that's because the Republicans wanted to appoint a conservative.
The Republicans, not the Democrats.
And they don't want to do anything except just float their own thing. Senator Mitch McConnell is simply shepherding the legislation that he wants to shepherd so he can look out for his friends. And the prime example is the Supreme Court nomination. And that is who you have to blame, Shakeel.
Well, the real question. Do people overseas even care about our Supreme Court nomination? Let's have Sasha Starr in Canada. You're right next to the border. You lived in Russia. Do they really care about our Supreme Court nominee? Sasha?
It's a difficult question, actually. I don't think that I'm really qualified to to have any meaningful explanation of the process. Looks like she's qualified. She's quite good. It's just the optics of it that the previous judge, Rose Ginsburg, she just passed away. The next day after she passed away, they already started to talk about nominating this judge. While election is underway, there are already votes. So why not to wait for election and then whoever will win the election will do the nomination or so on. But this is it's a question of power. It's just the Republicans control Senate. They have presidents, of course, and they can get away with this. And that's what exactly they're doing. But you know what? I'm scared that that behavior will invite a backlash. It will invite a payback time when and if, of course, the Democrats will win elections. So far, the odds are on Bet365.
By the way, Bet365 is your place where you place bets on your who's going to win the election. I think out of London, you have to.
I would. It's UK betting site. I'll tell you, I'm trusting this service much more than CNN pool or Fox News pool or so on, because these people are unlike this.
Putting their money on the election. Sure.
On the line, they have to create first line on any sport. It could be soccer or football or hockey or anything. They have to put first line, and if they're wrong, it's a payback time.
Well, you know, listen, I mean, actually, Sasha, you have an excellent point, and quite frankly, that should scare all of us, regardless of where we are on the political spectrum. This notion of political payback time. We have heard overtures from the Democrats, the rumors and the murmurs of the court packing plan, and all these other things, and the abolishing of the filibuster. But you know, and it's almost it descends into a childlike sandbox fight, because the Republicans are doing this stuff, and everybody sees that it's a naked grab for power. And then if the Democrats were to take control of the Senate, they would turn around and justify any of their action that regular people, middle road, moderates, independents, or well-meaning Republicans and Democrats, they would tell them, well, the Republicans did it first, which of course none of us accept as a legitimate answer. Counselor,
Counselor, as you're well aware of, when the Judiciary Act of 1789 was passed, we had what 5 Supreme Court justices. Right. Then in 1807 they added another. Then in 1837 they added a couple more. Then in 1862 they added a couple more. So what happens? We have the Federal Judiciary Act that continually changed, adding more and more justices. What's wrong with a new Federal Judiciary Act, especially when a qualified applicant, or looks to be a qualified applicant, Merrick Garland, was never allowed to sit on the bench? Another, what I believe, qualified applicant is going to sit on the bench, but the one that didn't was pushed off the bench for the same reason the other one's being put on the bench. So it's not political payback, it's what we call equity. An equitable new fiduciary Federal Judiciary Act of not 1789 but 2021 should exist for the reason I just said, because Merrick Garland should be the first nominee.
Then fine, and then I want to defer, and I want to hear more from Professor on this. But you know, much to my chagrin, I'm going to demonstrate my conservative streak, and the issue is not whether or not we expand the Supreme Court.
Conservative streak?
No, it is the reason why. And if the reason for the expansion of the Supreme Court, or the proposed expansion of the Supreme Court, is merely a power grab to outnumber and seek a desired outcome, that is to stack the court, that I have a fundamental objection to. Now, in the prior times when we've expanded the Supreme Court historically, it has been because of the amount of work that the Supreme Court was receiving at the time. And so it was a justification, because you needed more judges to handle the increased number of cases. Now, that is not the justification that's purportedly being advanced. The justification right now is purely political. And on those grounds, that is not right or fair, at least in my humble opinion. But that
it's not political. It's a thing called equity, which I believe you actually did study in law school one time.
The idea of stacking the Supreme Court of the United States is clearly political, and the great shame of it is you're supposed to have 3 separate branches of government, and I cannot for the life of me understand why anybody would suggest it appropriate for one branch of government to try to interfere with another branch of government.
They already did. Okay, counselor from Australia, as you're totally aware of, a qualified applicant, Merrick Garland, was denied sitting on the Supreme Court because Mitch McConnell could do a power grab.
Democrats control, and please tell me that if you can honestly tell me that the Democrats in the same position wouldn't block the Republicans.
Yeah, and it's what we call it's not. It's so for the Democrats that's why I keep shaking my head. I don't really care who wins. I just hope that America recovers from the situation they're in, not just financially, but the emotional condition of the United States at the moment, the polarization that's occurred. It's terrible. But the idea that some people think, well, everybody thinks like that. Obviously, not everybody thinks like that. Not everybody is just going to take whatever the Democrats want to do and go, that's going to be fantastic. There are tens of millions of people that will vote for the Republicans this election, and their voices ought to be heard as well. Okay, you need both sides there to be a check.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Their voices will be heard when they cast their ballots. But at the end of the day, when all the ballots are cast, if the majority is different, the majority wins, and that is our democratic process.
Let's hear from Professor Becket Cantley.
Yeah, Bill, you mentioned 2 of the 3 things that they've talked about doing. They talked about packing the Supreme Court. They've talked about there's 4, right? They've talked about ending the electoral college. They've also talked about adding both DC and Puerto Rico as a state.
Yes,
and the filibuster ending. What's your thought on which of these is the most likely to occur, and which is the least likely to occur?
Okay, I can tell you this: that if there is in fact a Democratic blue wave, and what they mean by blue wave for our audience is that the Democrats take control of the White House and take control of the Senate and keep control of the House. I think that what you're likely to see is a very, very, very large stimulus package. I do not think that the Democrats will attempt to pack the Supreme Court. I do believe that the Democrats will attempt to add Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia as full-fledged states. And I believe that those guys are already on the fast track. Earlier, the House had already voted and approved a bill to make D.C. The 51st state. And that was just stymied in the Senate. But if the Democrats take control of the Senate and you have a Democratic president willing to sign it, and Biden has indicated that he's willing to sign such a proposed law, that we would see Puerto Rico and D.C. become states. Now, with regard to the Electoral College, there's no way anybody can do anything about the Electoral College. It is here to stay for the life of us. There are only 2 ways to do it, and that is to change the Constitution, which requires 2/3 of the Congress to vote for it, and then it's got to be ratified by 2/3 of the United States. And that's not likely to happen. There is another proposal out there where certain states have passed laws individually in each state that says when a majority of the states, that is the number of states that will represent 270 electoral college votes, if all those states pledge to that their electors will vote for whoever wins the popular vote, when enough states agree to that, then we would have a de facto change in the Electoral College. But you're not going to see the Electoral College go away anytime soon. So that's not going to happen. Packing the court is not going to happen. The statehood very likely will happen, and there will be a change in the tax policy.
And they'll get rid of the filibuster for everything.
Yes, I really believe that if the Democrats take control and you have the majority leader as Senator Schumer, I believe that's exactly what he's going to do.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So we have 2.
You can forget all the noise, but yeah. You see, but Professor, that is exactly why we here ought to have these very serious conversations, because all of this stuff is going to have real world consequences. And what we need to do is we need to start the conversation now and have these difficult questions so that assuming I'm a representative of the left, which I'm not, but assuming I am telling the left side of our political spectrum that they have to come to the table and begin with accepting the notion that we are going to do an audit of the federal budget to find the waste and find the crap and get those savings, because we have to come to the table with legitimate savings and say this is our down payment for the then right to turn around and ask for revenue increases. And I'm saying to our colleagues on the right that they legitimately have to come to the table with this notion that we collectively have to somehow generate revenue and get the unfair pieces out of our tax legislation so that we can rescue the American economy. But you're right, it has to be both sides in good faith. And right now, the far right and the far left are not doing that. It's left up to us, Professor, you and I, to start with, yeah, we've got to take a hard look at the budget, put it through an audit, start with zero-based budgeting, and then really re-examine all of these priorities that have built in and baked into the federal budget.
Well, you mentioned the base closure commissions as a model.
Yes,
previous.
Absolutely.
What topics do you think? What areas of the budget do you think would be amenable to that? I mean, would be a good target.
Well, I think we first have to look at Social Security. I think we have to look at Medicaid, Medicare. I think we also have to look at defense spending. And then I think that we look at the tax code. But I mean, in terms of the spending side.
Yeah, the spending side.
Okay, on the spending side, I think we have to look at the defense budget. And we have to honestly decide what it is that our priorities are going to be needed, not only in the 21st century, but the 22nd century, and that we need to reallocate ourselves. I do not think that we needed a wall, Professor, and I do not think we needed to transfer billions of dollars just to build a stupid wall or a piece of the wall. However, I would start with the defense budget. I would then look at part of our welfare state, because we have Social Security and Medicaid, Medicare. I think with Social Security, we have to raise the retirement age, and we have to start making exceptions but that is a real mess. But we have models for that. You're right.
In the proposal the Democrats have put forward in this stimulus, you included in there, health care for people who aren't supposed to be in the United States in the first place. What you're basically doing is you're saying we're going to borrow money and indebt American children and American grandchildren to pay off health care for people who have illegally entered the United States.
Right.
And then no. You want to decrease the defense budget.
Right.
There are millions of Americans who, unfortunately, vets don't get treated very well. Able to college because
Shakeel, just I would like to interrupt. You have to understand Washington, D.C. thinking. They have one donut, and they keep trying to figure out different ways to slice it. Now, if you go to Silicon Valley or Research Triangle Park, where I live, you have one donut. We figure out how to make another donut. So we have two donuts. But where he's at in Washington, D.C., all they can do is figure out, can I shrink the donut? Can I increase the donut? Can I cut it at different slices? Notice there's no proposal about how to fund innovation in the United States, to build businesses in the United States. Thank you, Sharif, for improve our economy in the United States. No. It's always tax the rich and figure out how to cut down the budget, not build another factory, build more donuts.
Nick,
it's DC thinking.
I feel for you, and I feel that perhaps. I'm sorry. No, Nick, I want to apologize to your inner child that is not being recognized, and I apologize that there is no sunshine right now down in North Carolina, and I apologize that it's raining, and I feel for you. However, Nick, I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day. The federal government funds the research and development for all of the new drugs, for new technologies, and hands it over to corporate America. But I'm not I am fighting a five-front war here. So, Shakeel, please, with regard to your earlier comment, I once again want to give you an international bear hug, because you once again are allowing me to talk about the greatness that is America. We do not judge healthcare and dole it out based on which side of a border you were born, because we are a compassionate country, and that has always marked the difference between us.
No, that was the wrong word. I think bankrupt was the word you were looking for.
If there is a person in need, It is not a crime to help them, or first to ask, hey.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, because you've got to steal my money to do it.
And there you have it. There you have it, Shakeel. In this draconian world, then certain people will have their arms severed, and so be it, and you will step over the bodies as you go to your cocktail party. That is the America that we believe in. And so for that, I'm giving you an international bear hug, because we have a soul.
If I ever meet a lovely lady who I'm going to get married to, I'm still going to make sure my assets are somewhat protected. Why would I not do the same thing against the government? Because they're the only two that are going to ask for half: the government and a spouse.
Well,
and one theoretically something a bit better than the other.
And Shakeel, that leads. I mean, you were just a godsend today, because I believe that. I mean, it seems to me my response to you is that all is fair in love, war, and taxes, and that would mean half.
Yeah, and notice how the thinking in Washington is, Shakeel. We're a compassionate country, the U.S. Now, you in Australia are not. You at Sharif in Malaysia are not. You in Canada are not. Sasha, it's only America that is compassionate, and it's only the American out of Washington, D.C. So Sharif,
and we have the world for
Sharif. Bill throws the gauntlet down. He threw down the glove. Bill threw down the glove, saying only America's compassionate. What about Malaysia? Is Malaysia compassionate, or are we the only ones in the world that are compassionate?
Why is Malaysia doing more for the South Americans?
Okay. Actually, in Malaysia, what can I say? Like, I want to say it's a combination of very good economical adjustment in between. What I said the last session, that they're trying to adjust with the very good policy. Yes, policy actually important, but side by side, this is also important that the politician, those who manage this policy, those who handle this policy for better economy. Actually, if you want to focus on the economy, what is the real economy? Because of the capitalisms, because of the business, because of the trade, and many more things, we are actually, I think, forget about the role of politicians. Let's say we need some very honest and sincere group of people, highly educated group of people. Even if in the politics, let's say many now are talent people and brilliant people not engaged with that. So those who are talents, those who are innovative, those who have a very strong mind to serve for their nations, they can play as a politicians. Why politicians and policy is important? Business is important. Without business, let's say Malaysian economy will not survive. And in the COVID situation, they are survive only because of their own strategy, their own make strategy, which actually give them a very good opportunity. This is very important. But on the other hand, politicians also important. Let's say in Malaysia, if you look who actually, I'm very honest with you, I personally meet several times with Mahathir bin Mohamad. He is a politician, and he is a very good politician for Malaysia, and he make a very good successful, I want to say, country. Because Malaysia is a very good symbol that a very good politician can change their country. Singapore is a symbol. Very good politician can change even though compared to USA, it's very small. But this is important. On the other hand, yes, businessmen also important because they will provide tax, they will support economy, they will create employment, they will save the economy, many more things. But sometimes, if you see the real economical aspects, this businessmen become monopoly. This big organization can monopoly the economy, create some monopoly. And that time, actually, politician is important. The politicians actually control this monopoly. They have to come to the ground and they have to manage this kind of monopoly. This is the real scenario of economy, politics, and whatever it is. But yes, I agree with Professor Nick. I agree with Shakeel, and I agree with other professors that how you come up with the point of economical aspect that we need innovations, we need more industrializations, we need more developments. Yes, this is very, very important for the economical.
And you're right, Sharif. And see, the problem with people in the U.S., like especially in Washington, D.C., where Bill is, they don't look at what's going on overseas. In Malaysia, your population's around 30 million, and your death rate total in COVID-19 on 30 million is about 150 people. You go to Australia, where my mate lives, and Shakeel lives in Australia. Population about...
I don't think tax office after me. I don't
Okay,
live
right.
here.
He just happens to be in Australia, lives in Switzerland, but he's in Australia. Okay, but Australia, the
that's a problem
total death rate. Now listen, 30 million people, total death rate 890 people. Then we go to Bill, who sits in the Tower of Power in the United States. Total death rate 215,000 people on COVID-19. So Malaysia and Australia are eating our lunch, while the United States is just getting hammered with COVID due to the failed policies that come out of Bill's city, Washington, D.C. So, Bill, it's all your fault.
But we prepared a few. We actually ran out of toilet paper before America did. So just saying.
You did what, Shakeel?
We ran out of toilet paper before America did.
You did, I know that. I caught the toilet paper deal in Australia. I didn't even know there was going to be a run on toilet paper till we hit Australia. But why is it, Bill, you don't recognize these other countries that are down below here, Canada, Malaysia, and Australia, who are eating our lunch on COVID-19 and possibly economically? What's going on in your Tower of Power, Bill?
Okay, well, I can tell you this. First of all, that is why we have elections. Elections have consequences. And currently, the electorate voted in the Trump administration. And so it's the Trump administration that either led the way or didn't lead the way, depending on your perspective, that has this. Nevertheless, it is my country, and currently it is the administration. I do have a right and actually an obligation to criticize it when I see it. I am not going to go down the rabbit hole and turn my back on the country, because if and when there is a blue wave, I will also adopt and accept what happens, because that's the nature of democracy. I am so glad now, though, Nick, please, can you introduce the friend?
Oh, yes, your new ally from Syracuse University.
David, I've been alone. I've been alone in the woods, walking alone here.
Yes, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, professor at Syracuse, David.
Lecturer, just a lecturer.
Lecturer at Syracuse University Law School. We have David K. Johnson, who has just joined us, and we were discussing quite a few interesting things. One thing that has bothered me, and I did check Canada out. Canada total COVID-19 deaths around 9,600, US 215,000, Australia 898, US 215,000. You go to Malaysia, and Sharif just left us because it's midnight. Malaysia, 124 deaths on around 34 million in population. Canada, Australia, Malaysia, all doing better in COVID-19 than the great United States of America. Why did we fail? David K. Johnson.
Well, I mean, I think there are two fundamental reasons. The first and most important one is that Donald Trump simply has no idea what he is doing, and he is unable to process information that doesn't comport with what he wishes to be true. It's been a lifelong flaw of his. I used to listen to his executives, behind his back, telling me just stories that were almost hard to believe about how idiotic he could be about the casino business. So number one is Trump's inability to understand. Secondly, and this is speculation, Donald Trump has a real problem with mortality. I think anybody can see that. Well, his grandfather, Friedrich, died in the 1918-1920 pandemic, the misnamed Spanish flu pandemic. I think from my 32 years of knowing Donald that has to weigh on his mind. It's got to be interfering with his thought process about what's going on. And so, this is totally unnecessary. If we had done as well as South Korea, which had its first reported case the same day we did, we'd have something on the order of 2,400 deaths, not 214,000 and rising. Through proper management. But if you don't believe in science, and if you have this notion that you're a super person, as Donald does, and you do not listen to the medical advice, and you're able to browbeat some of the medical people around you into going along with things that their track record in life shows they know better, but they were, trying to manage Donald and say things that they know better than to say, then you end up with all of these deaths, and his cavalier attitude about it, unbelievably cavalier, right to the point of where a number of the people who showed up on the White House lawn where he held a political rally, which should be absolutely illegal, I believe is illegal.
Yeah.
It turns out that a bunch of them had their travel expenses paid to come there, just as when he announced for president in June of 2015, the applause you heard 43 times was from people who were paid $50 each to show up and applaud on cue, people who basically work as extras in the movie and television industries in Manhattan. Very good. Very good.
I can do the applause and save them $50 a piece. Okay, but I use technology, so it's a little bit more efficient.
Oh, Nick.
Yes, Sasha. Let's go to Canada. Sasha.
Oh, David, I think that issue is much deeper than just Donald Trump. It's also a fabric of American society, American people, which is different from any other one in the world. For example, in countries like South Korea or Taiwan, or even, believe it or not, in Ontario, Canada, if people are told to keep social distance, wear masks, wash hands, and what else they can be said, that's about all what's required in order to defeat coronavirus. The societies in these places, countries, they are doing exactly that without questioning. Oh, is that right? And what's happened if I decide not to do that? And I have my freedoms and I have this and that. But wait a moment, what kind of freedom are you talking about? What kind of freedom can be in a country when 40 million people, they're homeless, they cannot pay rent? What freedom you have if you can't pay the rent? Explain it to me. I fail to grasp it. How you talk about freedom?
Sasha, I think you're largely right about that. I mean, we have in the past seen that when American presidents have a clear message and say we need to sacrifice, we need to get together, we do that. Human beings are essentially herd animals who follow leaders. And a good example of that is Ronald Reagan. I mean, you can like or hate Ronald Reagan, but I don't think you can dispute that he was a great leader who changed the direction of the country.
Great communicator.
Great leader who got the country to do, both in the Great Depression and in the war, to take actions because of a clear message. But even so, absolutely, America is so diverse. There would be pockets of people who would say, I'm not going to do that. We have, after all, a very small but not insignificant minority of Americans who quite literally believe and hold conventions that I've gone to that the federal government is a criminal organization, a totally illegitimate criminal organization. And they have the right to believe that. They don't have a right to try and overtake the government as these idiots in Michigan were going to do in what appear to be 2 cases, and maybe there's more coming with more arrests.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a right to believe that. And I think that we would have had more deaths than South Korea, but I don't think we'd have anywhere near 200 and whatever it is, 1,000 and rising.
But can I say, just on that though, it does depend on how a country counts its deaths, because some countries won't attribute something to coronavirus where the United States might, and that could also have an effect. I mean, in my experience, when you look at any sort of data, it's okay to draw a conclusion from the surface, but you normally have to dig a little bit deeper to actually have a look at how that data is derived. For example, I had the displeasure of reading someone's death report one time who I thought had died from cancer, and I was quite young at the time, and I said to people I knew in the medical industry, this says they died of heart failure, but I thought they died of cancer. But that was sort of a tertiary thing, and then there was a secondary and a third, but the thing that actually died was heart failure. Just reading off the government's, the health website here in Australia, it just says here that a COVID-19 death is defined for surveillance purposes as a death in a probable or confirmed COVID-19 case, unless there is a clear alternative cause of death that cannot be related to COVID, such as trauma. So the question there is, if somebody is already really sick or is immune suppressed, they may have died from COVID, or that may be what's on their death certificate, but there may be another cause, and perhaps the US is actually attributing.
Shakeel, I think you're raising a perfectly reasonable point. There are people in the U.S. who contend we've only had 10,000 COVID deaths, but you're right about death certificates. They show causes of death, okay? But let's take your person who's immune suppressed or who has diabetes or high blood pressure who dies after they get COVID. They'd be alive but for having gotten COVID in all likelihood. And in the US, we have extremely good reason to believe that we're really seriously undercounting deaths. In Manhattan and the rest of New York City, where we have pretty darn good data, we know that the New York City police, which normally find 20 or 25 dead people in their home or apartment every day, we're finding in the spring 250 people a day of unexplained deaths. They were not tested for COVID because there were so many dead bodies. But total deaths in the US are way above what was projected by the epidemiologists. And let me just close with one point. Lawrence Altman is a physician who was the New York Times medical reporter for many years, and he is an epidemiologist. And he is deeply respected all over the world. He now works for some fancy think tank, real think tank, not a marketing organization, but a real think tank on medical issues. And I called him as soon as this began, and he said, we're not going to know until this is over what the real death counts are. And then if we don't do testing of bodies, we're not going to know. But the best indication in the US is we don't have 214,000 deaths. That's the number at DC report right now. We probably have closer to 240,000 deaths.
I think the point that I was trying to make there, David, is not to try and say the US hasn't had those deaths. What I'm just trying to say is that if you look at other countries may not be calling something a COVID-related death where the US might be. So there could be a discrepancy between how some nations attribute COVID cases and how say the United States does. So that would be the case. Of course, look, Australia has done very well, but we closed down a lot faster than what the US did. We closed the borders, we recalled Australians, and everyone had to be quarantined as soon as they got back. So
I agree with you. And in the case of South Korea, which I like to rely on because of the same day issue, their excess deaths number is insignificant. That is, they seem to have identified almost all the COVID-related deaths, whereas we know in the US we have a lot of excess deaths, meaning above what was projected for months at a time. And it would suggest we're underreporting significantly. South Korea seems to be reporting right on the money. I'm sure there are countries that are over-reporting or underreporting. We know that Russia is grossly underreporting, and Iran is the great example. We have those satellite pictures of the mass graves being dug in Qom, the religious city, at a time when the leaders of the government and the mullahs, the religious leaders, were insisting that there was no significant problem. And clearly, and I say this as somebody who's often on Iranian TV, I think they were clearly just lying.
But what I
want to point out that, no, Shaq, I'll give you a second. But when we're looking at the death rate coverage, you just have to have a threshold to start with. And that's the problem. We didn't do that. And all of these other countries that did better than us, they had several things going for them. They had a pandemic policy in place. South Korea, the minute things started happening, they all teamed up together. They all started working together. They started testing so they can isolate the situation, narrow it down, treating, and keeping it under control so they didn't overwhelm the doctors. And then the countries that had huge spikes in deaths were the countries that did not or were not prepared for it. But our biggest failure, and you can compare the notes to every country out there, is that all the other countries had a pandemic policy that they chose to follow. A lot of them had pandemic teams. Iceland is another one of my favorite countries because they knew it was coming. They put things in place. They did not have the medical resources to handle it. They did not have the test kits, but they had a pandemic policy and they stuck to it. They never had to close down. The children are still going to school. Okay. Nothing shut down, but they were smart. They didn't just react. They reacted with experience, knowledge behind them. And, David, you're correct. I think that Trump is very much afraid of his shadow and a lot of these decisions. It has been shared with me that some of these decisions were just too grand for him to think about because it was like losing a popularity vote. If I do this, people are going to hate me. And this is not about popularity. This is about doing what's right. So,
David, one bad decision I think he made, and when I saw this on national TV, I fell on my chair. Here we have a pandemic, a medical issue, and to lead the pandemic, I have brought in my friend Tom Johnson, MD, PhD. No, he brought in Mike Pence, no experience, no knowledge, to lead an area which is a medical area. Now, David, just between me and you, and I'm not so sure about you because you live in upstate New York. When you have
Western New York,
Western New York, somewhere in that New York State area. I'm down south in Research Triangle Park. But when you have a problem, a medical problem, do you go see your local politician to give you a solution to your medical issues? Or do you go see a doctor? Do you actually go see a doctor? I don't know what you guys
and furthermore, you have to see a doctor who has knowledge. And in this case, the relevant specialties would be epidemiology, first and foremost, virology, if you're on the front lines, pulmonary and heart disease. And one of the things that Trump doesn't seem to grasp is that there's significant evidence that this virus is especially pernicious because you may survive it and appear not to have been badly harmed, but end up with lifelong inflammation of the lining of your heart, with a foggy brain, with questions about whether, if you're a woman, you can bear children. This virus seems to have lots of ancillary effects. So getting it and then thinking it's gone is a very dumb move. And you'll notice Trump, who hasn't left the White House since he came back, when he was on Rush Limbaugh for 2 hours, he was having trouble with his throat. I'm having a little today because this is the season when a certain kind of mold, I guess, or something. If the trees lose their leaves, caused me to cough for a while and sneeze for a while. And he only spoke for 18 minutes at that rally at the White House. Trump usually speaks at least an hour and not often 2 hours. I mean, thank goodness he's not Fidel Castro with 12-hour speeches, but an hour or 2 hours is sort of his norm. He only spoke 18 minutes, and clearly he was having trouble breathing now and then. He is not out of the woods. I hope that he does survive this at least to November 3rd. Seriously hope that, because I think the country needs a clear referendum. You either want to be a country of Trumpism or we don't. And you notice that Pence's chief aide, a lifelong national security person, Olivia Troye, Troye, she blew up her career to blow the whistle and said that the Trump we saw in the first debate is the Trump she saw in the White House and in the Oval Office, which is exactly what I've seen in private with Trump in the past, that he's erratic, confused, angry, can't focus on subjects, yells at people, and most importantly for this, can't process new information that contradicts what he wishes or believes to be how the world really works. He just creates his own reality. And it's tragic. It's tragic.
Yeah, and at IBM TV, we're developing a Trump digital twin, so we'll be able to bring him on IBM TV and have him debate Biden, and he won't even know.
Can I just quickly say just about those death rates? One of the things that we've seen in Australia is that there's been quite a few people that are saying it could be a big conspiracy because, interestingly, when we talk about excess mortality, the Australian excess mortality rates, at least the last time I checked, it may have changed since then. We've actually had less deaths this year from all causes than we have previously, and I would try to find some rational explanation for that. The only thing that I can think of is that it's probably less accidents, less work-related accidents, those sorts of things going out. So, but it's interesting because I think there's a few countries like that where actual total deaths from any cause has actually gone down during the middle of the pandemic. So that's an interesting.
In the U.S., unfortunately, traffic deaths haven't improved significantly because of an odd behavior that I've noticed the few times I've gone out in my car on the freeway, and that is people driving at outrageously high speeds.
Because they think there are no cops.
But it's not just traffic, it's work-related accidents, it's somebody falling off a train station and getting hit by a train. It's, all the sorts of other things that happen to people that cause them to die.
Right.
Bless you, David. One of the things I want to add about a lot of the fatality rates with driving is I think we've reduced driving while under the influence with Uber, right? More and more people have more access to somebody who can drive you somewhere at a very cost-effective way. But I think, COVID kept us all down. We're not driving. If people were driving today massive amounts in the rain, I call it, add water, instant idiots. We have so many accidents. It's ridiculous. When it rains, I choose not to drive anywhere. Oh, look at what we have: wealth inequality.
Well, since David he invoked the name Ronald Reagan, I always, when I think of Ronald Reagan, I think of this slide, because right after his administration, we ended up what they call the Great Divide of wealth inequality that has taken place since around 1981 with IRTA, all the way till the present. Since David, since I know that you're totally in favor of wealth inequality, since you believe that it's better to have the top 1% rule, what do you think about Reagan's policies to create this wealth divide or wealth gap that exists even today?
Well, inequality per se is not a problem. If you invent a better mousetrap or a better service and you make a bunch of money, good for you. But what we shouldn't be doing in together with that are lavishing subsidies on you, like we have given to, say, Walmart, which builds 90% of its distribution centers with your tax dollars.
Right.
GE, which refurbished a factory with 92% of the money coming from its employees' taxes that it didn't have to turn over to the state of Ohio, and other, subsidies like this, or government rules. It's easier to mine the government treasury and rule book for gold than to earn it in the market. And what we have is a massive corporate socialism in America and redistribution upward. And there's just tons of, in the 25 years I've been writing about it, I've just shown example after example of rules. Thank you.
Let me take a look. Is that the book?
That's an anthology. It's got chapters by a bunch of people.
Way to go, Shaq.
Whoa.
Yeah. Thank you, Shaq.
It's actually the only one that's arrived yet. I ordered 6 or 7 of your books, and this is the first one that arrived. Everything else is still waiting for. So
it's the level of inequality that we have now is a real constraint on economic growth, and here's why. If you've got $1 million a week in dividends coming at you, I'm implying here someone who's got a couple $1 billion invested just randomly in the stock market, the Vanguard total stock market.
You mean Shakeel, because he has a couple billion in the market. Yes. Randomly, by the way.
You basically can't consume that amount of money. I used to play a game with people on the airplane and with my students called a limitless consumption. And, people would say, oh, well, I'd buy a house. And I'd say, that's not consumption. You're exchanging dollar bills for a piece of real estate. Oh, I'll buy an oil painting. No, you're converting dollar bills into another asset. It's an unproductive asset, but it's an asset. I mean, consume. You got to eat it. Flowers Elton John reportedly spends $400,000 a year on flowers for his main mansion in London. That's consumption. And almost nobody could spend more than about $800,000 a year, and most people couldn't spend more than $400,000. The champion is my skinflint charity CEO wife, who figured out the conceit of this, and she said, "Oh, well, and I'm not going to buy a jet; I'm going to lease one, and I'm going to wear a haute couture dress every day." And I said, "Sweetheart, it would take hours to be fitted for it." She said, "No. I'm going to hire a woman who has exactly my figure and pay her for the fittings, and you don't get to see her naked." And she figured out how to spend $5 million a year, which is far and away, nobody else came close, including some CEOs that I played this game with.
Well,
so on the other hand, though, a majority of Americans can't come up with $1,000 in an emergency. 40% of them can't come up with $400, but a majority can't come up with $1,000. So if you want to increase the value of capital, the most important thing to do now is not supply side economics, it's demand side economics. We need to have more people getting paid more money for the labor they're doing so they can consume more. And that was sort of the genius of when Nancy Pelosi demanded and got $600 a week in federal coronavirus relief, because $600 a week works out to be $15 an hour in a country where a quarter of jobs paid less than $9 an hour. And who got laid off? The people making $9 an hour.
Let me ask you a question there, though, David. If you were to increase the amount of money that everybody has, would it not be a fairly foreseeable thing that that's going to drive up inflation, which of course increases asset values for the people at the very top?
Well, it depends on the rate at which you do that and whether you end up in the short term with a great demand. I mean, right now, the auto companies can't sell any more cars. In fact, they're going to crush a lot of them because there's not enough demand. So, yeah, if you suddenly handed everybody $1 million in America, you would have a terrible inflationary problem. If you go to a policy that says we're going to go back to having a larger share of GDP go to labor, particularly labor of people who don't make, you know, $100, $200, $5 an hour, $1,000 an hour, but to people who make $10, $15, $20, $40 an hour, you will get more production over time. I mean, it's you know, Adam Smith started out studying not economics, but the flow of blood through the body. And if your venal and arterial flow don't match up, blood's going to pool somewhere. Where you're sitting is the most likely place. And if you don't adjust for that, it's going to rot and you're going to die. We have the same problem. We have money being drawn out of the mass of Americans and parked up here, where it's now damaging. It's not even useful. It's not. There's no utility to it. There's none. It's anti-utility. And so the answer to that is we have to find ways to get that money spent and circulated through the economy. But yes, you have to do it in a way that results in economic growth, not inflation. And that's a delicate balancing act. It's not easy.
Can I just say there, though, and I mostly agree with you on your tax policy. There's a couple of things I'd like to speak to you about. But looking at our YouTube feed, Terry, one of the viewers, Terry, has said many minimum wage people work overtime in 2 jobs, so 600 per week did not cover our cost of living. I think that it's I think it's quite telling. I actually saw this in Australia. Some people complain about this. We're talking about working class people who are saying there are some other people who are working class as well who are actually better off because of the coronavirus than what they were when they were working. Yeah. And that's coming off the backs of people who are still working today. So for someone like me, it doesn't matter because it hasn't really affected me. I'm still trading. I'm still earning my money. But most people are not in the position that I'm in. And there's an inherent unfairness when you try to favor one group over another, even within
No, there's not. No. Because listen, what you're unnecessarily doing, and by sleight of hand, is that you are inflating a very, very marginal kind of example by saying somehow all of America is being fleeced because this small percentage of people is somehow, under your theory, quote unquote, making out. Now, listen, just because there's a small percentage of people that are perhaps doing better because of the COVID thing does not mean or vitiate the notion that the vast majority of people still need these kinds of interventionist governmental fiscal stimulus policies. And so, I mean, in any argument, and all attorneys know this to be true, you can always go to the extreme and use that.
Bill, I wasn't actually referring to America. I think there's an unfairness by telling a police officer or a nurse or somebody else who's a needed employee that they're going to have to take a pay cut while somebody else who isn't needed at the moment could be working somewhere else but isn't, and they're actually better off at the moment. But just on that, if it's only such a small percentage of the population that are doing better off, then why is there so much of a call for a $15 minimum wage in the United States?
Well,
if there's only a small percentage of people.
I have to say, Shakeel, you're very skilled at doing this. You're very skilled at slicing apples and then telling me it's an orange. Now, the point here is that, when you say, why is there a call for minimum wage, that's an entirely separate subject because it's necessary and it's needed. 1, 2. You don't let me finish the second part of the sentence, which is to expose your inherent incoherent argument, which is to say that those people that need the COVID relief, so we're talking about 2 different things, COVID relief rather than sustainable economic policy and a stable wages per hour, $15. The relief portion of that is during this pandemic and helping people who need the assistance. That is a separate discussion from the need for a $15 an hour minimum wage. But you are putting the 2 together and saying, well, if there's no issue over here on the COVID thing, then why do people need $15 an hour? It makes no sense. People need
because you said earlier it was a fantastic move from Nancy Pelosi to make it $600 a week, because that works out to be $15 an hour. And that's why I said, so essentially some people who are working are having to subsidize other people who would otherwise have been working, but some people are actually receiving more money than what they used to, and some people are receiving less.
Shakeel, I understand the point you're trying to make here, but let me suggest two things. We measure the returns to capital and labor in the U.S., and the long-term trend has been return to labor since Reagan has been going like this, and return to capital has been going like this. If we had a minimum wage in this country, when I was a minimum wage worker, I was married and expecting a kid at a senior in high school, and I worked for minimum wage. It was the equivalent in today's money of $11 and change per hour. If we had kept our minimum wage consistent with productivity increase, the minimum wage today would be $22 an hour. And at $22 an hour, you can live on one income, and on two income couple, you would be fine. You can raise kids and you can get by on, that's close to $90,000 a year. But instead, the minimum wage in this country is still $7.75. It hasn't changed since George W. Bush signed a three-step increase in it, $7.25, $7.50, $7.75. And I think that's right, Bill? $7.75 or $7.25?
Yes, that's
$7.75.
right.
Yeah. And we have, under changes we made in our welfare system, we have flooded the market with low-wage workers. So in a pure market economy, which doesn't exist anywhere, that would drive down wages. It has driven down wages. We adopted something Republicans were the big people behind, and I thought was a pretty good idea, the child tax credit. It turns out that over time, the child tax credit has morphed from a benefit to the workers who got it because their wages stayed flat into a subsidy to the employers who don't have to pay more money because the government's putting more money in these folks' pocket. Fundamentally, salaries and wages should reflect productivity. But without unions, there's no way for workers to get a reasonable share of the value that they add to the work that they do. And so you end up with a distorted economy. And here's the killer number that I think proves that. Let's look at 45 years of the incomes in the U.S. Because we have the 45th president. So 2018 is the most recent data, which I've been analyzing and writing about in the past month at BC Report. And 1973 would be 45 years earlier. The bottom 90% of Americans, that's people who made less than $134,000 in 2010. $134,000, you're doing pretty well. Their average income of the 90% of Americans in 2018 was $1,600 less than in 1973, which was the peak year of private sector employees belonging to unions. About 37% did, and about 80% of workers benefited. So these people's income went down. It went down 4%. In other words, they got 50 weeks pay compared to the 52 weeks pay they got back in 1973. So what happened to the oligarch class, the people who make over $10 million? Their income went up by so much that each time each person in the bottom group lost $1, they gained $19,900.
Wow.
That's just completely out of whack.
Let me just jump in here a little bit, because I think that there's a couple of important things here. It's not just about America. It affects a lot of the Western countries that I adore. But I'm going to preface it, because I'm going to say a couple of negative things about the United States. I'm going to preface it with, as always, I do adore your country. That's why I care so much. Okay. Look, you've got a scenario in the United States where, if you talk about the 60s and 70s, the United States was the industrial leader. It was exporting all sorts of things. When we talk about China, I often talk about, look, I don't like the idea of having the sort of Chinese-style government, but for right now, that might be what they need. But if we want to balance trade with China, we've got to sell more stuff to them in Western countries. And we're not doing that, right? Yeah. They're spending their money. They've got no other choice. So they're buying up real estate. They've bought farms in Australia. They've done all those sorts of things because they've got nowhere else to spend the money. We should be selling stuff. There's a premium that the Made in America stamp has. There's a premium that the Made in Australia stamp has in Canada and the UK. But that's not that's nobody's doing that. So talk about American manufacturing. I can't really think of a whole heap of cars. More recently there are now, but there's not a whole heap of cars from America that are being sold into Australia. In fact, there's not a whole heap of cars that are being made in America that are being sold outside of North America. Yep. Why on earth do the European and Asian car manufacturers have that advantage? Why is it that, when it comes to agriculture, yes, America exports a lot of its agricultural goods, but there's a lot of stuff that isn't being exported because of things like GM and stuff like that Europe doesn't want to see. You certainly don't export a lot of your beef and milk and chickens and all that to Europe because they don't want to accept the factory farming that goes on in the United States. Your steel manufacturing industry has declined because of environmental concerns, but you don't have a car manufacturing sector that's responded to the worldwide demand for more fuel-efficient vehicles. So these are the sorts of things that are going to affect people. So when you're on a net basis exporting less to the rest of the world, yes, there's going to be less money. And the thing about people at the top is, I understand what you're saying, that when people become very wealthy, when they become, say, mega billionaires, they tend not to take as much risks with their money, so it doesn't circulate around the economy. But what that means is that those wealthy people tend to be prepared to take much lower returns. They're prepared to accept much lower returns for the safety of knowing that they'll just steadily kind of grow at that level. And it leaves an opportunity for other people to come up. But at the moment, there's regulation.
But Shaq, you just hit upon the point that they're not investing because the rates of return are low, because demand is low. The fundamental problem in the U.S. is that we need demand-side economics. We've been wonderfully or terribly, in your point of view, successful with supply-side economics. Right. We have so much cash now. We have the lowest interest rates in the history of the world. Right. There's no place to invest this money. My bank right now pays me, I think last month I got 2 cents or 3 cents of interest on $25,000 or $30,000 in a savings account. It's just absurd. Cash is it's like lettuce left in the refrigerator when you go away on vacation. When you come back, it's wilted. And the reason is there's not demand. And the way to increase demand, there's a whole bunch of strategies to do that. One of them would be America's roads and bridges are dangerously falling apart. So are dams. Trump promised he was going to have an infrastructure. If he blocked January of 17 with a bill and had done that, the Democrats would have rolled over. We would have employed lots of people. We would have paid them pretty good wages because we have something that requires paying high wages to workers on public construction projects. And that would have had all sorts of beneficial effects that would have worked their way through the economy. Instead, front-end alignment shops are doing really well. I can't tell you how much money I have spent in the last 20 years as America's roads have fallen apart getting my wheel. Have you done that too, Kim?
Yeah, well, there's a pothole out in front of my house, and I have collected hubcaps from people hitting it. Yeah. And they've, it's gotten so bad that they've all lost their front end. They all had to be towed away. And I've called numerous times, 100 times, and then I get from the government, well, fill the hole in yourself. Well, I'm not going to stand out there and fill the hole in. Come on, people. That's why I pay you taxes.
I lived in California for the first 24 years of my life, and I never saw a pothole. I arrive at the University of Chicago, and they're all over the place.
Yeah, Chicago's really bad.
And then I moved back to California after Reagan becomes governor, and he stops, the government spending, and all of a sudden, Los Angeles has potholes left and right. I mean, we never had them when I was a kid, but they're all over the place.
I drove from New York City up to Long Island, and I was shocked actually at the condition of the roads there. I agree that the infrastructure needs to be funded. But I think the main point I would say is to help the middle class and the lower classes to get ahead. The government can spend some, but you can't just spend your way out of it. You need to create jobs and become more competitive internationally. And
absolutely.
The competitiveness that draws money into the United States is at the very, very people are investing at the very top. I'm not going to go and invest in a mechanic shop in North Carolina, sitting in Australia or Switzerland. I'm not going to do that, but I might invest in, a big company that's listed. So you're competitive there, you're not competitive at the bottom, and that's the problem.
I think you're right about that. And the answer to that is, in the U.S., manufacturing easily made products, bending steel. Bending steel is a perfect example of an industry that has a worldwide average rate of return. Whether you bend your steel in Malaysia or Utah or Brazil, it's roughly the same cost and the same return. So what the U.S. has an advantage in is high-tech manufacturing, where over time, all manufacturing has fewer and fewer jobs as we become more efficient. You've heard my steel example before. It took years and years of work, 3,000 years to go to make 1 ton of steel. Now it takes 40 minutes of labor. On the other hand, in the US, we have massive investments that we could be doing more with in the two things that add value right now: molecules and numbers. Molecules are pharmaceuticals, advanced materials. You know, we now know how to make, though not commercially, steel you can put on a car that will never rust, even if you live in Rochester with all the salt on the roads. It doesn't matter if you don't wash the car, it will not rust. Everybody in the world couldn't make that. We can't even do it commercially yet, but we will. And on numbers, it's what we're doing right now. This is simply the streaming of numbers, algorithms that allow you to run your investment funds, that stream movies, that allow us to book airplane flights and stuff. That's the other value-added product in America. So it's molecules and numbers. And U.S. policy should concentrate on those because we have big advantages, which eventually the rest of the world will come up to, and those advantages will go away. And hopefully we'll gain new advantages in the world of the coming genetic age.
That's inherently the problem, I think, that I see. If we just talk about steel for a moment, Australia is one of our massive exports is iron ore, and our steel goes to China and then gets brought back to Australia. Our iron ore goes to China, gets turned into steel, and then it's brought back to Australia and sold back to us at a much higher price. My view on it is, if the cost of manufacturing is too high in Australia, why isn't America vying for that business? You know, we're actually allies. America should be. But on top of that, when it comes to things that sort of require a tertiary level education, more professional subjects, again, America and Australia should be excelling at that. The UK should be excelling at those things. It shouldn't just be manufacturing. But we're kind of falling behind on everything, and that affects a lot of people. And that's why I get a little bit concerned about the idea of using taxes to redistribute income to the bottom, without actually doing anything to help the bottom and helping the working class actually improve. It's one thing to just say, look, we're going to pay you $15 an hour or $25 an hour or whatever it is. Okay, Australia, roughly most people are on about $20, $25 an hour. So, you know, it's a problem. If you're not going to actually do that, if you're not actually going to make sure that they can be more productive and more competitive internationally, this is exactly the kind of problem you're going to have.
Jack, when you get my other books, one of the things you're going to find, though, is we do have a policy in America of redistributing money through taxes upward, and it's massive. It's stealthy. It's hidden. It's not obvious, but it's there. And we shouldn't be doing that either.
No, we shouldn't. And I'm going to add something to Shaq's question here of why aren't we able to do it here? And I'm going to tell you what, you know, our high incomes aren't the only thing that costs the employers. We are forced to buy workers' compensation, which doesn't do a darn thing. I hate that. I would rather take my money as an employer and pay extra for their medical insurance and know that they'll go get help whenever they need it instead of falling sick or injured on the site and sue me. So workers' compensation is about 30% of their income that you are paying. So on top of somebody's income, I am paying now 30%. And if I don't do this, I get seriously fined by the government and go to jail. I know somebody who went to jail for it.
And Kimberly, you're describing something that's exactly related to our problem with our tax system.
Yes.
The workers' comp system grew out of the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, which was, 119 years ago, this horrible tragedy in New York. And our tax system came about roughly at the same time. These are systems that were designed for an economy that doesn't exist anymore. We need to have new ways to do this. The problem is, think about all the people who have a vested interest in keeping it. Workers' comp insurance companies, the people who work there, the lawyers who work both sides of the street on workers' comp, which was supposed to be a system without lawyers.
Right.
Oh, no, you can't do it without lawyers, but you can deal with some of the facts here. Shakeel said something very important, so I had to fact check real carefully. Not that I would fact check you, Shakeel, but I do that almost every minute behind the scenes, especially when you're saying something. Okay, but here's something interesting. The minimum wage in the United States, $7.25 an hour.
Oh, it is $7.25.
$7.25. The minimum wage in Australia, get the drum roll ready, $19.84 an hour. Ooh. What's happening here, Bill? And it's your fault. You're from Washington, D.C.
Oh, no.
Why is it
No,
that your minimum wage is $7.25? Australia, I can go to work and make $19.84 an hour.
Cost of living might be more, Nick. So
No,
you got
No, I don't want to hear the excuses. I want to hear Bill's
Living's a lot higher than the United States.
Nick, it is precisely the diabolical, double-tongued speech that Shakeel represents, which says, I say, but not what I do. Australia's first. So Australia can have the benefit at $19 or $4 higher than what we were proposing here in America, yet he will castigate anybody in America that merely suggests the idea that we move from $7.25 to $15. See, at least we're still frugal here in America, Shakeel.
Bill, I love the uniqueness that you still believe America has. Do you honestly think that at $19 an hour there is not a big movement to increase the minimum wage in Australia?
I have no idea. I don't live in Australia. It's your country. It's your country, Shakeel.
I know. I see, Nick, you were falling down Shakeel's rabbit hole once again. This is the point. Nick, he accuses you. He says, do you really think America is so unique because we don't have our own labor stripe, that they're not trying to raise $19? When that wasn't the question. The question was, Shakeel, how come you guys have $19 an hour and you are arguing against Americans who just want to make it $15?
Well, I'll answer your question in a couple of ways. One, I don't speak for Australia. Two, there's a reason I left. Yeah. So it's not as though you can attribute something that's good in Australia. We don't have a manufacturing sector. We used to make our own motor vehicles here. We don't have them anymore. There are a whole heap of working class people in South Australia who don't have jobs anymore because the government has screwed it up. Okay. Right. And I got a politician said to me the other day that I'm not patriotic enough because I haven't stayed in this country. I said, but if I stayed in this country, I couldn't do the thing that even today I can't do what I want to do if I'm stuck in Australia. I have to leave.
I am so reminded of the opening of a soap opera that has been a long-standing midday broadcast here. It's called Days of Our Lives, and it begins with, like sands of the hourglass, so go the days of our lives. And it shows a little sand clock where the sand slips through. And Shakeel, that's what your arguments are like. Whenever you're pinned down, you come up with an argument why it doesn't apply to you. So
that's because he's leaving Australia, mate.
I'm trying to apply to him. So it's like every single time you pin him down, it's like, well, that doesn't apply to me. Or when the argument gets too cumbersome for him or inconvenient with his worldview, it's like, well, that's American. I don't know much about it. It's like every single time he's an expert, but he's not an expert, Nick. Whereas you're America.
Hey, all I did say is they're getting $19.84 an hour, and you in Washington, D.C., the Tower of Power bill, $7.25 an hour. So why is it that I can make more money if I was a minimum wage worker going to Australia than I can in the great United States of America, the world's largest economy, and you can only pay $7.25 an hour? Who would bloody live here? Why don't everybody just move to Australia, mate?
The problem right now is
David Johnson. That's why.
The problem, though, that isn't that what the minimum wage is right now. The problem is getting the economy reopened so that we can start generating that income. There are a lot of women who relied on just a minimum wage to take care of their children. They can't do that right now. I think I've seen some comments from people. How are we expected to even live, the $600 a week or a month? That's $600 a month. That's not enough to take care of everyone.
Yeah, but see, this is really horrible. This is another failure of Washington, D.C.
You're more productive and more competitive internationally, you're eventually going to run out of other people. And Bill, I came to the United States specifically because I was actually trying to increase trade between the Five Eyes countries in the United States, the other Five Eyes countries in the United States. Okay, and I spent quite a lot of time in Georgia because I was thinking very, very closely about myself and my investors of actually putting some money in and getting some manufacturing jobs happening in Georgia. Mm-hmm. In the end, the reason I didn't do it was because of cumbersome regulations, the same reason why I've left Australia. And, of course, the things I say are going to be somewhat inconsistent because I'm not a 1%er that just sits there and says, I want to keep it all for myself. I'm a 1%er who says, you know what, I got here because I had to do this, 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 and this, and I'd like to see other people have the same opportunities. Okay, I give money to charity. I'm the president of the International Green Alliance. I care about the environment. I care about small businesses. That's why I'm the president of the Chamber of Commerce. I do those sorts of things, and I do understand and care about some issues. Now, you may disagree with me on some things, but I'm not trying to be facetious.
No, Nick, this is kind of important. This is kind of important, please. Shakeel. It's going to come as a bit of a surprise, but don't mind me. But back in 2003, I was the head of the American delegation, part of a trilateral business negotiation to focus in on opening up business relationships between Russia, Great Britain, and the United States. It was a 7-day mission, and I was in Moscow for the entire time. So do not think that this young man over here is merely sitting out here trying to divide up the money that you believe we are absconding with from your 1% of, your handed down money. Rather,
how is my money handed down? Where did my money come from? My family comes from Fiji.
What I can officially state for the record is I bet, and in fact, I'm counting on the fact that it was much easier for you to negotiate with your counterparts in Georgia than it was for me to negotiate with my counterparts in Russia. On that point, I will simply say this. I think the rest of America ought to listen more to David K. Johnson. And Shakeel, I am well aware of the balancing effects and how complicated and intractable this problem is right now. But it does begin with a recognition that we cannot have economic NIMBYism. Each person trying to protect their individual loopholes, Nick. And
even David K. Johnson said last week that what he effectively was suggesting in his tax code would operate very similar to a global sort of a consumption-based tax. That was actually what he was talking about, which is what I've been talking about. Which is what I said to you earlier. You've got economists and very wealthy people on the left and on the right that agree the tax code needs to change. But if I say to you, just increasing the headline rate of marginal tax isn't going to solve the problem, you seem to think that, that's just Shakeel standing up for the top 1%. My clients are quite happy for a high tax rate to exist because they don't earn any income in the first place. They've got all capital gains. So then my clients are happy. A broad consumption tax would take more off me, and I wouldn't be having to employ people like Nick to say, Nick, look, I'm taxable in six different countries' jurisdictions. This is terrible. Do something for me.
Move to Switzerland.
I can tell you that the biggest barrier is this unfettered, rhetorical approach, like a Pied Piper saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," the poor 1%, and that we can't attack, or perhaps, or perhaps saying,
increasing marginal rates of tax doesn't hit the 1%.
No, what I'm saying,
it's the working class and the middle class. That's who it hits.
No, it is this unfettered defense of loopholes of, you're just trying to drag down the rich. It's all of this noise that stops.
So hang on. So me suggesting that you simplify the tax code and get rid of the loopholes is a way of me saying that I want there to be more loopholes.
Great.
Me saying that if you want your country to be
I think you two guys are talking past each other. Let me suggest that Nick said the operative, really important thing. At the core of this is failure of government. The old saying that for every new idea marching down the highway, there's an army of 10,000 soldiers around the corner ready to shoot it to death. and in America, our tax system, our workers' comp system, our education system are all relics of the late 19th century, early 20th century. They are out of date. They need to be updated. It's very hard to get people to change, partly because there's risk in change. And people tend to be risk averse, and people who've gotten themselves some special position. Now, Holmes is a perfect example of this. I've been looking into the issue he raised about a month ago about how building codes overwhelmingly favor wood construction and not steel construction. And we've created this popular image in America that people who, like my brother, live in what we politely call a manufactured home, which is a trailer taken to a site and put on a foundation. Live in crappy housing. Well, they do live in crappy housing. Why don't we have better manufactured homes? Because there's a whole bunch of people with interests to protect, and the people on the other side don't have the relative political strength and dedication, I would argue, to changing that. It's hard in democracies to make things work better. But fundamentally, our focus should be on how do we create wealth? How do we create high enough incomes that we don't have to have this massive structure to support people that Kimberly was talking about, so that we have people live decent lives and have an investment in the society. You want people to say, I'm a homeowner, not because their house should make them rich. I've always thought that was a crazy notion. Imagine if Walmart ran on the basis of the real estate industry, higher prices all the time. But because you're a homeowner, you now have something that you value that you want to take care of and protect. Some people let their houses go to pieces, sure, but most people will see this as something useful and valuable. And that requires that we do a lot of change. And part of what we were talking about when I came on the program today, was that as Sasha brought this up, that in countries other than the US, there is much more a concept of we the people or we the society, as opposed to this individualism that has people saying, I have an absolute right to walk down the street and spew coronavirus out of my mouth, or carry a gun into the state capitol because it's my freedom. And we need to do a lot of reworking of who we are, and these things don't change in a hurry. In 1960, when my father was 50 years old, he had left the South as a young man, as a teenager, because he couldn't stand the racism and all his racist relatives. I got up and gave a 6th grade talk. Each of us had to give a little short talk. And mine was, by the time I'm 50 years old, that's 21 years ago now, racism will be history in America. Because when we're young, we're all naive and gullible. But we need to be making a lot more progress on issues. And in America, one of the things that holds us back is race. I remember a senior editor I reported to at the New York Times, when I wanted to do a particular piece, he said, that's never going to happen. And he said, you know why? And I said, I don't know why. And he said, because we're not an all-white country. And a lot of white people don't want non-white people to get the benefits. And you can read that as a racist response by him or cold-blooded analysis. I tend to think it's, looking back on it, cold-blooded analysis. But we should have done the project anyway.
Yeah, but when I'm looking at demographics, and since David, you mentioned education failures, now we just pointed out COVID failures in the United States, 215,000 deaths compared to Australia, 800, Canada, 9,000. Another failure, wages in the United States, $7.25 compared to 19 an hour in Australia and 14 an hour in Canada. Third failure, which you just brought up, David, education. This is the PISA score, otherwise known as the Program for International Student Assessment. The average score of math, science, reading, all good fundamentals. The United States, well, the #1 country in the world is China. Number 2 is Singapore, Macau, Hong Kong, Estonia, Japan. You have number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 8 is Canada. You have to go all the way down to 25, the United States of America. So my question to the panel, how come the world's largest economy is failing in minimum wage, response to COVID-19, and the PISA score, our educational scores? Horrible. In other words, and all these things are things that we should be leaders, not laggards in. So panel, why are we failing at all three? Education, healthcare, and of course, minimum wage.
That's back to my point about America becoming more internationally competitive. The UK because of Brexit, the UK would very much like to enter into a free trade agreement with the United States. One of the concerns was about chicken because you guys dip them in chlorine or something. The UK doesn't want that. The UK wants free-range chicken. So it just maybe I'm not the brightest spark in the Christmas tree. It just to me seems like you guys have got beautiful land over there. Just produce some free-range chickens and just produce some free-range cows. The British will buy them. You know, this is the sort of stuff. The education system is failing. You're fudging the numbers a little bit on the minimum wage. Look, I do think that $7.25 or $7.75 is terribly low, but just factor in there you do have the payroll taxes and you do have health insurance and all that, which is also incorporated into the wage in Australia. But and the UK and elsewhere. But look, again, if you fail your kids with education, if you indebt them by wanting to fund other countries all the time, Bill, before you focus on your own children, if you're going to just destroy industry, not be competitive, not keep up to speed with what the international community wants to actually bring international demand and not just domestic demand, again, you're going to fall behind. And of course, America's going to end up finding itself in a position where you've got huge debts and no way to pay them back.
Yeah. Shaq, I've got to go, but I want to make one point about foreign aid. Foreign aid in the U.S., and we are way, way down to other countries in the share we do. Japan is the biggest foreign aid country in the world as a share of its economy, is really an American jobs program. We sell computers to some African nation, and we give them to them, but they have to be American computers designed and made in America. So foreign aid, small as it is really a domestic program here at home. But yeah, we need a whole lot of policies that encourage people to invest and make it reasonable. We need to stop this upward redistribution of income that I talk about. It's in my books, and I hope they come soon. And you can see these stealth mechanisms that took me years to dig out of the laws and find the telling examples of it. And we need to have fundamental reforms of things that make our economy inefficient. Having to spend a fortune, if you're a trucking company, on front-end alignments or crashes because we're not fixing potholes is just crazy. And finally, one of the arguments against raising the minimum wage has always been it'll lead to more unemployment. Well, we have a study in the U.S. There are about 3,300 counties, or things we call counties, and 550 of them cross borders of states, where one state raised the minimum wage and the other kept it the same. And lo and behold, the ones that raised the minimum wage, their economies got better, and the states over here, they were flat. So the best evidence we have, it's not perfect, but I'd say 550 matched counties is pretty good, is that raising the minimum wage makes for slight improvements and doesn't cause any harm. Similarly, Australia, with its much higher minimum wage, even with the adjusting for the Australian dollar, it's north of $15 an hour.
Much higher
Australia's,
much higher cost of living here too.
Yes, it is. It is somewhat higher. I agree with you, but it's a much higher than the 725 on a purchasing power.
We manufactured a car with General Motors, the exact same car. You guys manufactured half of it. We manufactured the other half. It was sold for $29,000 US dollars in America. At the time, the Australian dollar was above parity with the US. Right. $29,000 in America, $94,000 in Australia. It's not just
all right. I understand your point. I just want to point out the unemployment rate pre-pandemic in Australia was 5.3%. That doesn't suggest that the level of the minimum wage in Australia, which is basically a non-manufacturing commodity exporting country that sells natural gas and grain and mutton to the rest of the world and doesn't manufacture much, that the minimum wage in Australia was not causing serious problems. Employers were hiring if the unemployment rate in 2019 was 5.3%, assuming they measured the workforce correctly. So all of these are policies that grow out of problems that grow out of government policies. Every one of us lives in a democracy. So if we don't have good policies, who's to blame? Us. And I don't mean just the people in this venue. I mean all the voters. It's our failure to elect people who will pursue good policies that we need to think about.
David, I'm very disappointed with all panel, including you. You're talking about minimum wages around the world. This is not first most important issue.
No, it's not.
Probably, I hope you appreciate how workers are treated in UK, Germany, France, Italy, and other countries. They are, in Germany, there is very popular business called Mittelwoche production. It's like a middle-size manufacturing primarily business where workers and people who run the business are becoming a family. They're coming to visit each other, they live together, they're helping each other. If a worker, for example, there is a new machinery comes in and he has to figure out how to operate or so on, he will be helped, he will be taught how to do it. It's not in US, oh, you're fired, you're history, well, okay, get out of here. No, it's completely different treatment of workers, their families, so they're living more as a family. There is much more institutions who helping people each other. It's entirely different situation in America.
Sasha, I got to go, but you're exactly right, and I agree with you. We should have better worker rules, and the Germans are a real good model to look at for that. So, see you guys next week.
All right, thank you, David.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, David K. Johnson, our Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, and author of the book Divided. I gotta get that book by David K. Johnson. So it's on my list. I don't read enough, as you know. I've complained back that. By the way, those are double stacks. Behind that, there's more books. 2 stack because I can't. And I got some more over here to the right or left, etc.
You know,
I like to read this stuff.
If we read what we should, that's what we should have. I just been receiving texts today about the Supreme Court hearing.
Yeah, I've had to. Yes.
People from both sides were talking about what a sham it was.
Really?
I mean, yeah. So
did the Democrats show up at all, or was it just all Republicans?
I haven't received that report yet, and of course, you know, the famous Amy whatever is doing.
Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett. I think the Democrats should show up and ask some questions, especially about court equity rules. I think that's extremely important.
That's what you're getting. You're getting, you know, people are saying, you know, that.
Why do they call it court packing? I would say it court equity. Okay, because if she, I believe she belongs on the court, but Merrick Garland also belongs on the court. And later on today, I believe, Bill, you're interviewing Senator Lemieux on. Is that on American Politics today at 6:30?
Yes, that's on American Politics today at 6:30 with former U.S. Senator from Florida, George Lemieux.
Yeah, okay. So George Lemieux is going to be on our show. And then at 7 o'clock, you have also American Politics, right?
Yes, at 7 o'clock, we are running the American Politics, a special Supreme Court edition, and that's going to be live from 7 to 8.
And who's going to be on that show?
We have 4 distinguished guests, including deans from Washburn Law School and several constitutional scholars.
Yeah, I believe Adam Lampero, who's actually the constitutional law scholar at Georgia State, will also be on the show at American Politics today at 7. So those people in the United States who can tune in at 7, you want to make sure you see it's going to be live. American Politics. Is Senator Lemieux also going to be live, or is it going to be recorded?
No, he's pre-recorded.
He's pre-recorded. Okay, so Senator Lemieux is pre-recorded at 6:30. But on our live programs, you can actually chat in on the live programs with
and I think
constitutional law scholars
on our channel. That's called Lawyer's Den.
Yeah, Lawyer's Den. Yeah.
Bill is heading up the Lawyer's Den. We have, that's what it's about, is to come in and talk about the Supreme Court justice rulings. But that show will continue on after that to talk about all of the current affairs and dig down with lawyers what's really needed to happen. And we get lawyers. I'm very, very impressed. Not to pat us on the back, but the lawyers and the people, the subject matter experts that are coming in on that show are phenomenal. The credibility, and nobody's really, it seems like they're like politically trying to pull sides anywhere.
No, they're not. No.
Really talking about the real demographics of what's going on. You even had somebody who knows the history of all of this very well on a couple weeks ago. That was fabulous. Oh my God, I was just like into the TV because I can watch all of our shows on the big TV now.
Yeah. Oh, also I'm working with the head of the National Bar Association, Judge Moore, to come in also on American Politics. I'll work with you on that later on, Bill. But just Judge Moore wants to be on American Politics. We just got to get him on.
Sure. Kim and Nick, I think if I might just simply add this for our audience around the world, since we are, in fact, a global network, I think it's the approach that we have here at IBMTV, and that is a commitment to honest discussions. There's no gotcha. There are no surprises. You're not going to get sideswiped. And more importantly, there's no preconceived agenda. It is just kind of a conversation that we tackle the tough issues we get away from all this white noise. And that's really been our mission, and all of us know it, and we just want to share it with the world.
And it's more fun than National Public Radio because we get Shakeel on our show. They don't have him on NPR. By the way, Shakeel, since you're in Australia, do you guys get NPR over there at National Public Radio? Shakeel?
I can get it through the internet.
Oh, really? Do you get CBS, ABC, and NBC over in Australia?
You get it on cable TV. But I mean, who has cable TV anymore? Now you've got Netflix and Disney and, you know, there's Curiosity Stream and all that. Nobody watches it. You watch it all on YouTube. But just quickly, what Bill just said for our audience, sometimes the conversations, especially when I'm around, get a little bit lively. But Bill and I are friends. I'm friends with everyone who's on the panel, and I think it's good to be able to explore all of these topics from various viewpoints, from different viewpoints, and that's I think makes a better show, and we all learn from each other. I think so. It's a real pleasure to be here.
I had no idea your minimum wage was that large, but you just anecdotally said, "Well, it's like $20 an hour." I'm going like, "What?" So I had to do a fact check, and I'm going like, "Wow,
a few years ago,
1980
I think came out about McDonald's. I can't remember what it was, but it was the McDonald's documentary, and they were talking about how low the wage was there, and McDonald's Australia had to come out and say, no, that's McDonald's America, that's not us. And the media actually reported that at 21, if you worked at McDonald's and you were a manager, you were on $25 an hour.
Wow.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we have our COVID-19 guest. Kim has just brought them in.
Yeah,
That's our medical panel.
This is the economy for America right now, and I'm hoping that we're going to pull it out and rise above it. But right now, this is the way I see our economy. I'm
orange at the bottom.
Those are the future panelists at IBMTV.
It glows at night. So, but I just want people to know that that's what we're here about, is to talk about the solutions, not just the problem, right? Yes, we are dying in more lives as well, and that's no end in sight, unfortunately. And what we need to do is figure out how to fix it. And, find better housing, better quality housing, find ways to get people encouraged in investing their money, to motivate all of that. And all of this comes in policy making. And when I took the policy course last week, and I would tell you what, my eyes were wide open after that, of who's doing what policies, what do they mean for us. Scott and his team did a really good job. I think it's again this week. I highly recommend taking that course if you can. It doesn't cost you anything. It's an hour out of your time. And I think it was one of the better courses I have taken in the last year, of just learning what can this policy do for me, or how is it going to hurt me, and why isn't my argument is why is all of these policies based on politicians? Why aren't they just policies put in place to do good for a country, like a company, right? You have a company and you sit down and you start arguing over something, you start whiteboarding it, unless you're, kind of ordered. There's no way.
I think that's what's really costing America and Australia and politics around the world. If you have a look at my political views on things, and you have a look at Holmes's political views on things, we are often way, way different. But yet I'm the president of organisations that he's the chairman of, and we can sit there and talk about how to actually further the interests of our clients, of the members of the Chamber of Commerce, of people who rely on the Green Alliance. We're able to actually talk about those things because of the fact that we're different. And sometimes conversations become heated, but there's never an idea that, well, I'm gonna not like you anymore, and that's it. We're never trying to put each other down. We're trying to understand and then move things forward, and that's what we need to have in politics.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's a real weird thing here in the United States that, okay, when you hire somebody, because we hire a lot of employees at the company I'm at, we never, when we hire somebody, ask, are you a Democrat or Republican? We don't really care. We look at all their skill sets, but we don't really look at their political affiliation. Then all of a sudden the election hits. Are you a Democrat or Republican? It's all of a sudden you jump to these other tribes like it's a super meaningful thing, and not look at the problems that exist and how to solve them, or even identify them, like this whole minimum wage issue. I know ours was low at $7.25, but I didn't know we're statistically significantly low compared to Australia and Canada and the rest of the world. Also, I did not know that our PISA scores, I knew they were low, but we're number 25 in math and science. 25. We're not number one. Shoot, we're not in the top 10. I had to scroll way down to find the United States of America. We're like 25. And then Holmes, he's interested in housing and making sure that people have affordable housing, especially in California where nothing's affordable. You think the cost of living is expensive in Australia. Wait till you go to California. Forget it. You can't buy anything. But Holmes, what made you so interested in affordable housing? In other words, did you just jump up and say, hey, affordable housing is something interesting for you, Holmes?
I'll tell you the story. It's really an interesting story. Las Vegas used to have a mayor. His name was Oscar Goodman.
Mhm.
They called him the mob mayor because most of the people that had big businesses in Las Vegas at that time were, let's just say, on the other side of the fence. And he was a lawyer before he was the mayor, and he was their lawyer. So when he got to be mayor, he had a lot of power. So my office got a call from him about an issue having at that time. This was almost 20 years ago. With homeless people on the strip, that they were bugging them. They were bugging the gamblers, and it was driving crazy because it was disrupting their cash flow. So they needed to get them out of there. So they knew that I did a lot of business in China, and they asked me if I could find out where they could get shipping containers at the lowest conceivable price. So they sent me over to China for 6 weeks to do some research about shipping containers being turned into houses for homeless people. This is 20 years ago.
Mhm.
Okay. We went to an island right off the coast of Shenzhen. They call it Container Island. And it's about a 5 square mile island right off the coast of China that has about 40,000 used shipping containers stacked up about 15 feet high. And basically it's where all the used containers come from on the island. So I spent my time there learning about shipping containers. It's been a 6-week intensive training session on how they make them, how they treat them, what they're all about, their structural integrity, how long they last, how they're certified, all this, everything. So I'm I was pretty much an expert in shipping containers. Went back to Las Vegas. The mayor said that the city council had turned down the budget and that they were not going to do that program. So I forgot about that until I was living in Vietnam at the time in Hanoi back in 2000, 2003 and 4. And I was running an electronics company, and they asked me to stay on, and I told them I wanted to go back to California where I live. And they said the government wanted to hire me to turn this factory because it was almost bankrupt and was owned by the province. It was, lo and behold, a shipping container factory. So I took the project, and I told the owners from the province, the governor, turn this into a house-making business or something where a structural living business, because you have thousands of these used containers or brand new containers sitting around in the parking lot. They're losing money. You've got to figure out a way to revenue these things. That's when I started doing this, and I realized after doing a lot of research that there was a lot of need. There were 25 million people that live on our planet that sleep in the dirt every night. So, and I honestly believe that every human being should have enough dignity to move over the snow rain on them. Mm-hmm. So I started this business, and then I was also a very strong proponent of environmentalism, and I told you that story about watching all these different countries deforest their country, and I just out the 45 miles of iron ore that we're standing on. It's the most plentiful element on the planet that can be recycled again and again. And yet we want to rip our trees out of the ground, burn it to the ground, rip out the lungs of the planet. So I decided I would start this company. At least would give people at least some sense of dignity in the place that they can call home. And that's pretty much as simple and as elementary as I can explain that. But that's my whole motivation. My whole motivation is to get people to get off the ground and have the dignity of having a roof over.
Yeah, I mean, but it actually sounds to me a very plausible thing to do is to actually have a minimum housing amount. And you could do that with those shipping containers converted into housing.
Well, that was my feeling at that time. Okay.
Yeah.
But when I realized that the residuals of the DDT that was sprayed on the interior of it, and the creosote and the lead paint and all of the different carcinogens that had to be used because shipping containers are exposed to the elements, and anything in the inside of those things has to be protected. So they have to put the chemicals in there or whatever to keep the pests from coming in. So that when they go out of certification in 10 years, and these people that are using them are all buying out of certification ones, is that they subject themselves to potential lawsuits or cancer-causing elements themselves.
Right.
So that's why we just frames. We make steel frames and steel floors, and we don't use steel around the structure. The thing that makes
you're able to make them more attractive that way too. You're able to give them light.
Yeah, we can get down to almost a zero carbon footprint by using different kinds of materials. So this is a more
or hemp or something like that, and that's obviously much easier to grow than cutting a tree down. One of the things is when you cut a tree down, a lot of people think, okay, we cut this tree down, but we're going to plant one over there, but that doesn't tend to work very well. And so, you know, when you can use bamboo, you can use hemp as well as steel. You're doing things that are a lot more environmentally friendly.
Yeah, no, I get it. And that's what needs to be looked at. Also, just being able to engineer something like this that you can almost like vector set it and add to it or grow to it. Like you said, they're carbon friendly. They're safe. They're definitely safe from the environment. Hurricane.
They're portable. Take them apart. If you want to live in Chicago this week, you want to live in Denver next week, you can do that.
Yeah, you can just put it on wheels. Well, that's the other thing is the size, right? And the design and size of if you took a container.
Well, because of the way we make these things, we put runners on the floor. Okay, so just like you slide in this big window here, right? Just like you slide that window in a groove on the floor and then the ceiling, you slide our SIP panels, our wall panels in there and lock them down. They're airtight, watertight, okay? So you slide in the ceiling and put in the bamboo or the composite flooring, and you're good to go in 4 or 5 hours. I mean,
it's instant. I mean, it's and you've talked about having manufacturing facilities in different parts on the East Coast. You know,
what we're doing is making a job creator.
Right. You're engineering jobs.
And basically, believe it or not, in the steel business.
Just like David was talking about. I have, you know, every time David brings that up, I need to tell him, I mean, I laugh every time he does because steel bending is a huge business. People don't understand it. It is huge. And I wrote a patent for a steel bender. I was on the doing patent work at the time and helped write a patent. So every time I hear him talk about it, but it was specifically designed to bend steel. Nobody else had it. It was that unique that they did give it a patent where there were other patent bending tools and stuff. This was that unique. But I just, you know, patent bending is a huge business. I mean, not patent bending, steel bending is a huge business, but creating these jobs, right? Creating jobs that create healthier environment, sustainable living opportunities. I mean, Nick, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, I would think it would be a no-brainer. There's 552,000 people in the United States that are homeless and about 164,000 homeless without roofs. It certainly would be a very simple thing to do. You would think just to create 500,000 homes and have everybody have a minimum housing level of a way to live. But our friends in Washington, D.C. apparently can't get their act together. So, Bill, I know it's your fault again. because you live in Washington, D.C. How come in Washington, D.C., you guys can't create, and it was never in any of the debates. No one ever mentioned homeless people. In other words, how we're going to solve the homelessness. Of course, you couldn't hear the first debate because people were talking over each other. Second one, it wasn't even mentioned. So why is it that you guys in Washington, D.C. can't get your act together and solve a very simple problem like what Holmes does, create a minimum housing for everybody in the United States? So I'm sending it to you, Bill, since you live in that city. You're the Tower of Power. You're the blood of mud. Give us an idea why you guys can't solve that simple problem.
Okay, first, just for people, for our audience, and as general observation that I've learned over the years as I've earned my gray hairs, and that is having power and authority just means that you're responsible sooner, faster, and for everything that goes wrong. And so you have to have broad shoulders. So that's just an observation for those that seek power for the sake of power, because it really isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Nevertheless, Nick, you raised a very interesting point, and I can simply say this to you, that as we sit back and as America breathes, the overwhelming amount and number and size and scope of various problems that America is facing is sometimes just too much for people to wrap their heads around. And quite frankly, as you divide it, each interest group says, okay, yes, we could, why don't we just address this issue? Why don't we just address that issue? But the problem becomes, or the challenge is that everybody comes and they're all looking at their one singular issue, as opposed to saying, hey, listen, this may be my issue, but let me help your issue too. How can we put our two issues together and build a coalition? So we have a coalition that is concerned about homelessness. And then we have a coalition that's concerned, a group that's concerned about the environment. Holmes comes in and says, listen, we have a resource that can be recycled over and over again and address both issues, which has a tertiary benefit of providing jobs. It's that people
and a tax base, okay, and peripheral businesses like gas stations and convenience stores. It is just like a marina, because I live in a marina. I've been living in marinas all my life. Marinas attract money because marinas have people that can own a boat. Okay, they have discretionary income. Okay, that attracts money.
No.
That's ancillary businesses.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though, Bill, this wasn't even a conversation by your political parties in Washington, D.C. In other words, eradicating 550,000 homeless people in the United States and improving the economy at the same time. This is a very simple problem with a simple solution, and you guys in Washington can't do it. Why not?
Yes,
this is where we negotiate with other countries, but we haven't been able to do it in the United States. We haven't been able to do it in Australia, but we can negotiate with the leaders and politicians in countries who say, look, bring it here. We want to do this. We want to have it there. And again, it's a big, big problem about not being able to actually have these productive conversations with political leaders.
Nick, at its core, fundamentally, I mean, I could be facetious about it and crack a joke, but in all seriousness, they don't have the political power. They don't have the money to donate. That is to say, they have the passion, and they certainly have the emotional argument and the moral argument.
Yeah, but you don't need the passion and the power. What's happened with our bloody media? Because remember, the media was to ask the questions, okay? We love to talk about sex. We love to talk about race. But there's 500,000 homeless people that are on our streets. They're hungry people that are out there in America, and we don't want to talk about them.
Okay, Nick. No, Nick, inherently you're right. But just to sharpen your point a little bit more, just to bring it home for our audience, and that is this, that domestically, the big five media production companies are insular, and they are self-interested in self-protection. And all they want to do is just perpetuate the cycles of news stories and information that get out to the American public that makes them money, rather than having programs or raising stories or covering stories that really begin to define and distinguish what's really going on the ground. And so in that regard, I know it's overused, but if it bleeds, it leads. Yes, that's true. But quite frankly, if it's a solution, it snoozes on the news. And the big 5. And I would just ask anybody in our audience that has access to the other 5 networks that are commonly referred to, and just watch their evening news half-hour shows, and then tell me how many times they have a different news story, because they all run the same with the exception of their feel-good story at the end of the broadcast. And that is seriously is one of the critiques, because on the one hand, Nick, it is fundamentally hypocritical for the news to be calling out politicians and saying that they are at the vanguard or they're the guardians of the American public as they wrap themselves up in their flag as the fourth estate. And yet their responsibility, because they have the power. Remember, I began by saying with power comes responsibility. They have the power and they have the authority, and they make these grandiose claims, and they wrap themselves up as the pillars of the fourth estate, and yet they do a disservice by intentionally not going to the stories and covering them. And Nick, it perpetuates the problem. You're right. Why wasn't there a question from the media asking about a homeless policy and how we could eradicate it?
Yeah, and it would create jobs. You create jobs as you build these homeless.
Can I just say very quickly, when it comes to political power, we do have a bit, and we do have obviously access to politicians. One of the things that I found so shocking when I came to America was the way that you guys treat your vets. I mean, a lot of the homeless people that we deal with are vets, and I'm flabbergasted because I get over there and go, these people fought not just for American freedom, but for Australians and the Allies. We all sort of have fought together. And to see the conditions that vets are in, it just breaks my heart. There's no excuse for it. There's a lot of political power behind that. And if it bleeds, it leads. Well, let's show some footage of how tough some of the injured and sick vets are doing it. But that footage is shown.
And to be honest with you, I spent one day.
I talked to my son yesterday. Yeah. And my son is a captain in the Army, and he's stationed up in northern part of New York State. And he's getting out of the Army after 10 years in January, okay? So what he was telling me is that that now people in the military are afraid to get out. They keep re-upping and re-enlisting because they're afraid of what it's like on the outside. Because he says that the educations and the kind of training that they get into the military have no jobs on the outside world. Okay, so they would have to be retrained in something else, and there is nothing else.
Yeah, and then right now, because of COVID-19, there's no jobs. But I had my one day in my life being homeless. I'm going to tell you a true story. I was going to Oxford University, St. Edmund's Hall, for part of my law training. And my friend and Ken Carousel and I got this brilliant idea. Let's go to Paris. Now, this is in the 80s. I was going, Paris, I've never been to Paris. I was in Oxford, and I'd just love to go there. So we took a boat, a train, a boat, and finally ended up in Paris. I got to see the Louvre. It was wonderful. And our bus took us there. When we got out, our bus was gone. Okay, now back then I was going, where is it? Well, Ken and I looked over, we couldn't find our bus. And then night started falling, and we had no credit cards. This is back in the 80s. No credit cards. We had no money. We couldn't speak the language. We didn't have any wire transfers, and we're stuck in the middle of Paris. Okay, and so I said, Ken, we're going to spend the night. Well, we had a little money to eat at a restaurant, but after that, they kicked us out of the restaurant. And I said, I'm not going to go. And Ken goes, look, if you don't go, they're going to put you in the Paris jail. So I left. And so we're wandering around Paris trying to figure out where we're going to spend the night with no money, no credit cards, nothing. And so we end up spending the nights with the homeless in Paris. Okay, and then so that was my Monday experience being homeless. And
so
then
how do they treat the homeless in Paris?
It was weird. Okay, I mean, the thing is, there was a whole nightlife that's weird. But basically, you find a bench, you sleep on the bench, and you wait till morning. I don't know what else to do. I'm not experiencing homelessness. Okay, so it was all like my only day there. I'm used to the 5-star hotels, not the homeless experience.
I'm just curious.
But I found the way out. Next morning, because we had no money. So these two girls picked us up, and they drove us because they were heading to Oxford anyway. They drove us to England. We hitched our way all the way back to Oxford. where we actually had a place to stay. But here's my opinion of being homeless for one night. It really sucks. Okay, because the thing is, you're looking, okay, where do you take a shower? There's no place to take a shower. What happens if it rained? I would have no clue what to do. Okay, so my overall just analysis was, this a really sucky way to live. 500,000 people in the United States are homeless, and we ignore it. How can you ignore it? It's a sucky way to live, and we can solve the problem. It's not a insurmountable solution. It's not like we have to send a man to the moon to solve it. Come on, we could build enough, and probably we even have enough inventory to eliminate homelessness in the United States altogether. Yet
that's why the homeless problem is such a big problem in California, is because we have nice weather. So if you're going to be homeless, why would you want to be homeless in some place that had bad weather? You want to go to
Nebraska. Forget being homeless in Nebraska. No, I agree with you, Holmes. If I was going to be homeless,
big magnet for them from all over the world.
If I was homeless, I'd go to Key West, where you just hang out on the beach, or I'd go to California. But still, it's kind of a sucky way to live, because where do you got to take a bath, shower. You like to have a roof over your head. I mean, some of the basic things to do.
We have a lot of the homeless that live right here, a few blocks away.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is a problem that can be solved. It's not Fermat's equation or some mathematical equation that's difficult to solve. Yes, sir.
It's not just about giving them housing. That is obviously an important part, but also the things that often get not talked about is the things like drug addiction and especially mental health. And sometimes they go hand in hand. That is something that really needs to be dealt with as well. There's a lot of people that are really struggling that aren't getting the help that they need.
That's true. And the thing is, our policies here in the United States are, again, very poor in terms of handling drug addiction and mental health. It's treated as a crime as opposed to a medical issue. And what gets me is that I believe we're in the 21st century. We still use 18th century, 17th century techniques on these issues. And I can only blame one group, the leadership in the United States, which happens to be next door to this gentleman over here in Washington, D.C. They don't even identify the problem, let alone look for
But that's the thing. The problem is always about what the wealthiest, not just the 1%.
Yeah, well, either that or yeah. In other words, you're going to increase the tax. Yeah, you could increase your taxes all you want
money on the right services. It's just about we need to get more money, but they're not ever going to talk about we're going to do this and this.
Yeah, right.
The expected result. That's never really.
That's not a conversation. Is that we can actually eliminate it, and then the political debates are never about the issues. People screaming over each other, or people making some little remark. I'm speaking, whatever. But it's not about the issues. I'm speaking. I'm sorry, did not address the issue. It addressed the problem because they don't have a mute button, but did not address the issue.
I actually think that Harris and Biden's debate, I know people have said, it was a bit condescending of her, I'm speaking and she didn't answer the question about packing. And also people have said that Pence was a little bit lacking in charisma and maybe said some things that weren't entirely true. But I actually think that coming off of the Trump-Biden debate, I think that the Harris Pence debate was much better. I
totally agree. It was much better, but the highlights are a fly. The highlights are I'm speaking. The highlight should be we have a solution for homelessness. The highlight should be we recognize that our American education system is number 25. We're going to move it at least into the top 10. They don't address that. Our minimum wage is horrible. They don't address that.
No. Nick, you're right, and Shakeel, you're right. Except that you as Nick, you're issuing a clarion call to the notion that we deserve better. And you're suffering from the fact that we have so lowered expectations that just having two people talk without interrupting each other is somehow a success.
That's true. Apparently so.
And so,
expectation, and you've given the rest of the world. That's what the rest of the world goes. Oh, the Americans. What do? Oh, they both spoke in the fly land in someone's head. Oh, good night for America. And that is the problem, right? Because I believe that America's better than that, and I believe that Americans deserve better than that. That's
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In other words, the thing is, we're better than this. We are the world's largest economy, and the thing is, I can tell you that my one day of being homeless absolutely sucked in Paris. I can't even speak the language, and the only time I slept in my car was going to chess tournaments, I must admit, and I just wouldn't be able to make it from one city to the next, and the car was a convenient place. But the thing is, we have no good policies.
See the problem with trust fund kids? Like his other trust fund kids, they all had private jets to go from tournament to tournament. He had to sleep in his car.
That's
So
true. I was deprived.
No. I mean, first of all, it's a 1% problem only because Nick voluntarily chose to engage in such a dangerous behavior rather than rescheduling his 5-star hotels, which I bet he couldn't get through approval from in his monthly budgets.
Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with trust funds. Let me tell you that right now. I created thousands of them. I'm totally familiar with that. And being a beneficiary of a trust is a great place to be because you get a step-up basis, no federal income taxes, no income taxes at all. You just get it free. So,
Right.
Being the beneficiary of trust is the best way to get rich in America. If you can't do it that way, you better find a way to save money and learn about the Family Dollar store. And with that, I bring in Lynn Shepard. Hey, listen, I still buy from the Family Dollar store because they have great value and great stuff, So
you always find an interesting segue.
yeah, right. Okay.
And that was
Use some of the trust fund money to buy from the Family Dollar store.
Sure.
You create value, you save, you pay it forward. Lynn, go right ahead.
Bill, I'm just going to let you do the commercial.
No.
Kimberly does it so well, and you've learned how to ask the right questions. So why shouldn't I let you do the commercial?
Well, because Lynn, this is a democracy, and I believe in participatory salesmanship. I believe everybody should get involved. I mean, why should I just monopoly having all the fun of giving?
What you find out when you're dealing with wealthy people in the United States, they're parsimonious. Another word for cheap. Another word for just actually buying value. The millionaire next door, and the Family Dollar store. The great thing about it is they bring in value. What's this about IBMTV? Why are we showing this? Where's the Family Dollar store?
Then while he brings that up, can you help with the US trade deficit by exporting some Family Dollar stuff to Australia?
Yeah, for some reason they don't go to Australia.
Well, it's too expensive to ship there.
Yeah.
But we'll get there. What we need is a partner in Australia who can run a pick, pack, and ship operation. That's basically the thing we need in each country. But when we have a partner in each country, then it's Katie bar the door. We can service any country.
And by the way, how you shop there is you just press the button on the IBMTV network.
Exactly.
It takes
you
you right
need
to
to. You don't need to remember the link. You might need to learn how to speak, which I was having trouble doing, but that's okay. But you don't have to remember anything. Just push the button and start shopping. Now, maybe I can even share my screen if I learn how to do this. And here it is. Here it is. Just ask and you shall receive, right?
That's right.
So Bill, what's the question you were going to ask?
Oh, no. Actually, I was going to suggest that, there are a couple of different issues. First, let's just talk about the basic everyday items that people need and how they can save.
Well, here's the important part. And think about the basic everyday items. Think about all the people in the United States right now that are suffering because of the hurricanes and because of the fires. They don't have basic everyday items, okay? We, at least, because we haven't suffered, you in Washington, D.C., and Holmes in an area of Southern California where he's not suffering from the fires where he is, and I'm in Pennsylvania, Nick is in North Carolina. We haven't been affected by a lot of the disasters that have been going on here in the country. But I don't know whether Shakeel was had issues with the fires in Australia, but unfortunately we can't ship there. But the point is, we can ship to people here in the United States. We don't have to ship to ourselves. It won't cost us as much as it would normally by going to a brick and mortar store because we'll save money, which is one of the tenets of proper money management, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But then we can pay forward because my family, which owns the store, are giving 100% of our profits to Money Masters PBS, which owns IBMTV. We're doing that through the end of the month of October. Okay. We're also giving additional benefits to people who sign on to be customers because we have a gift token program. And when people sign up to become a customer, they're going to get $5 worth of gift tokens, but through the end of October, they're going to get an extra 5. Okay. So why not shop? You can save money, you can help yourself, or you can help other people. And you're helping Money Masters PBS.
Mm-hmm. And so for those people that are interested in putting together care packages, all they have to do is identify a service organization in an affected area.
Exactly.
And if they order over $25, then shipping is free. Isn't that right, Lynn?
That's correct. But here's my favorite item right there. Whoever's running the screen, don't leave the Genesis Solutions line-free lift that they have. Okay.
Okay.
Amazon sells this product for $67. Bill, what does it say we sell it for?
$4.99.
You got it. And they charge shipping. Okay.
Well,
on top of the $67. Now, if this is all you're buying, we would charge shipping too. But the truth of the matter is, why not buy $25 worth of stuff? There are plenty of things. Look, if you need masks, you can get masks, 50 of them for $25. Use your gift tokens, okay? Mm-hmm. And you use that after you place your order, so it doesn't affect the free shipping for you. Mm-hmm. So you get the line lift. Now, I can tell that Holmes and Shakeel and you and I aren't going to use the line lift. Well, maybe, Bill, you will, because you need to look good for all those politicians that you see there in Washington, D.C., but the rest of us won't. But Kimberly will, okay? And it's clear when you look at her, she's used something like that. But here's another product that she can just use. But look at all the great products we have, okay?
Yeah. And I think I just want to make this point, Lynn. It's that they are your brand name quality products that you see every day in the stores, but they're just sold less here. So you're actually saving money. It's no different than when you go and you look to either clip coupons or shop for a sale or look and get a good deal on something. The good deals are right here at the Family.Dollar store. And more importantly, Lynn, if we have our behind the curtains people go over to the food section. It's very important because
that's important.
When we talk about the food, yes, there's candy, there's chips, there's snacks, but more importantly, there's dried food such as noodles and containers, and then there's pancake mixes and other types of items, all of which does not spoil and therefore are not necessarily perishable, and it's what people will need to at least get through the day. Now, I see the Swiss Miss there, and sometimes when everything is gone, in this case down in with the hit of Delta, sometimes just some hot water and a cup of hot cocoa can make you get through the day before you clean up again. Now, as we go through this, you can see that it with the pastas and everything else, they're the kinds of things that people can use, and you can buy them because they're value priced. You can buy them and send them in quantities that will actually feed people, that will feed people in a way that keeps them sustained. Lynn, you were going to say?
Well, I was going to say, I'm surprised as we're looking at this, and I haven't looked at my site today, that we still have some snacks, because I thought Nick ordered all the snacks that we had. Okay.
Because Nick is a vociferous eater.
He's a snackaholic. Look at him.
That's true.
He's eating. And I did see we had cookies still. That means that I thought Mark Lee had ordered all the cookies.
I'll see if I can get there before him. They're really good stuff, though, by the way.
So anyway, but here's one thing I do want to point out, Bill, and that is that there was a thing on one of the TV, one of the news stations, one of the better ones that doesn't present all this junk about people fighting with each other. But they were talking about people in Oregon, a restaurant in Oregon that was providing food to the people that got hit by the fires in the Ashland, Oregon area. Well, what they said was food wasn't the issue for those people. It's the other things that they need, such as toothbrushes, toothpaste for kids, for babies, baby bottles, toys for the kids, all the stuff that's been lost in the fires, shaving cream, Barbasol is great, by the way.
Yeah.
But things, the essentials that the people need that they can't get because they've basically lost everything, and they've got to worry about putting their lives back together again.
Yeah, and Lynn, it's not only that; it can be just more local, and because I know where I live, the community that I live in, we recently did a food drive that was highly successful, and it was donated locally here to the capital area.
Sure.
But the notion is, though, that for many people, you can, in fact, in addition to food or different from food, you can donate a care package that includes some of these basic items that will
absolutely
local emergency services. So you just don't necessarily have to think of it in terms of food. You can think of it in terms of the items that Lynn was talking about and describing. Because if you just go through your day at any point, and you just think about all the things you touch at home that you take for granted, from your kitchen to your bathroom, or even just combing your hair. Those are the items that everybody else needs, and they need en masse in the South, the Midwest, and obviously the States. So it's important, and it's easy, and it saves you time and money, and you know that you're sending quality products and that you're paying it forward. Lynn?
All right, that's my house line, but I think it's going to finish now. Anyway, I absolutely agree with you, Bill. But look, if you want to buy for yourself, buy for yourself. We deliver right to your home. You don't have to go out. You don't necessarily have to. Oh, there they are. Dominion napkin. Kimberly must be running this because these are her favorites.
It has to be Kimberly because she must be directing the show. I'm not doing it. I'm an innocent man, and I haven't got the Minion napkins yet.
Yeah, so here they are, the Minion napkins, and people can join the Minion Napkin Club. But we also have CBD products. I mean, for instance, if you have a sore back or tendonitis in your elbow, unfortunately, I would use these when I was playing tennis. Okay.
Well, actually, Lynn, I think that Shakeel uses them to soothe his muscles after having lifting up all of those shoddy arguments that he uses during the gotta be true. But go ahead.
I've been learning American politics. I have to learn shoddy arguments somewhere.
True. And American politics today will have Senator George Lemieux on at 6:30, and then at 7 o'clock live. We're going to have the Dean of Washburn University Law School, which Bob Dole graduated from, plus professor at Georgia State, constitutional law professor on American politics, to look at what happened today, which we missed, which was the debate, not the debates, the confirmation hearings with Amy Comey Barrett. So the thing is, we sort of missed that today, but tonight we're going to hear the recap of that. So it's going to be a great show. And immediately following this, we have Mark Lee's Radio Hour coming on, so Mark will be following this. So we got a pretty good lineup today on IBMTV. But next week, for those who stay tuned, he's supposed to be on this week, but he's heavily booked. The Honorable David M. Walker will be joining us next week at 11:30. He is the former Comptroller General of the United States, the U.S. Comptroller General, ran all the budgets of the U.S. for years under Ford, Clinton, and he's going to be joining us with his new book. His new book is titled America 2040, Still a Superpower. So for those who will be here next week, we'll have the Honorable David M. Walker, who's going to be on our show on IBM TV, former U.S. Comptroller General. He's been on 60 Minutes, CBS, ABC, NBC, but he's also been a big fan of IBM TV, and we're getting him for our program for Economics Monday next week. So make sure everybody stay tuned for next week's program, because we have a pretty exciting lineup. And then if you're there tonight, Bill is going to be leading the Lawyer's Den, or should we call it the Lawyer's Cage? Lawyer's Circus, or whatever you want to call it.
No, actually, I mean, just don't call it jail, the lawyer's jail, or the lawyer's dungeon, which I know.
The lawyer's dungeon.
I know the vast majority of people would like to throw all the lawyers, beginning with Shakespeare, Nick. And we know
I don't read Shakespeare. All those books back. I like that. Only lawyers and painters
Lawyers,
can turn
I
white
saw
into black.
that.
Did you see
Yeah.
that? Who created that?
Yeah.
You know. So yeah. So that. Oh, swing states. When is swing states on, Bill?
Well, we are going to have another episode of Swing States later on this week, I believe, by Thursday. And
Oh, really?
yeah,
Okay.
and that's a shorter. That the focus of that program is really talking to those people that are on the ground, people who are talking door to door, the field operations. I should say, just the field soldiers who in this political thing. It's one thing to have a conversation at the larger level and talk about major swings and transitions. But this is going to be a campaign and an election now. And these are the people that are turning it out. You kind of wonder who they are.
Okay. All right. So we'll deal with the states here in the United States, which are pretty big, which people don't realize. Like California is the world's 4th largest economy. So that. And tomorrow is very popular Vivian's China, which actually we have a following in the Chinese community right now. And Vivian actually explores all the cities in China that we don't hear of in the United States that usually have populations generally 1 million or more, and they have over 100 cities that have million-plus populations. But we just don't get that information here in the United States. So Vivian's China, she brings us direct, and she speaks Mandarin. I think the show's in English though, so you don't have to learn.
See how quickly they build infrastructure there. I went to Shenzhen, which you can cross from Hong Kong, about 2 years ago, and I was looking at the area, and they told me that 25 million people had moved into the area. There was nobody there before, and 25 million people moved in, which is the entire population of Australia. Just moving one little town in 5 years or something. It was incredible.
Right. Well, they have staggering numbers and a staggering economy, and David M. Walker is going to discuss that. America is still a superpower in the year 2040. It's going to be a really important issue, I believe, to see where we're going to be in the year 2040. So we have all that coming up on the IBMTV network this week, plus our other additional programs. And we're going to be adding programs. There's a whole stack of them that we're going to be adding. So I think we're going to end up with about 62 shows probably by the end of the month, and still growing. Our goal is to have over 100 shows by the end of the year, which I think we're meeting all our metrics. So I don't have any problems with that. Humera Wood, which is our new show that actually discusses Bollywood and Hollywood. Actually start off with a big bang with a lot of people watching, because apparently people are interested in Hollywood and Bollywood. Yeah, this show had such a bang and a huge following that Bill was jealous to see all the people watching Humera Wood when it just first premiered. And I was going, well, come on, people would rather see Hollywood and Bollywood than listen to American politics. So it is what it is. It's apparently a pretty popular show. But you can only do what you do when it comes to these shows. But yeah, so next week, for those who tune in, we will have the Honorable David M. Walker, and we have some other people that are going to be coming on. So we're going to have a pretty hot show next week on IBM TV. We're at the 2-minute warning. Yes, Bill.
Yeah, no, I was simply going to
including remarks.
Yes, 15 seconds. We bring nothing but heavy hitters, and the reasons why they keep coming back over and over again is because they know the kind and quality and the demeanor of the discussion that we have here, which is generally straight talk here at IBM TV. And that's why it's so easy for us to get them. And generally, the big five won't necessarily hear what they have to say. Nick?
That's absolutely true. And anything, final words words for you, Shakeel?
I know it's been a fun night as always, and I hope that our audience gets to see different perspectives, and that's what we try to do, is to encourage everyone to learn from a whole heap of different perspectives and a whole heap of different views and improve their lives. So
yeah, fun perspective in the evening in Australia, and for the people in the United States, of course, we know it's still in the afternoon. So yeah, and catch tonight, and I guess it would be early morning in Australia when we have the Lawyer's Den, but we'll see everybody next week. The Honorable David M. Walker is going to be joining us. We should have a really exciting show. Thanks for watching Economics Monday on the IBM TV network.